Yes. Big ol' autism eyes. Like, all I have to do is cover my camera and she's just like, Kudere mode engaged. You know? Today we are playing IwaiHime. We are continuing from a section of the game that, like, set everybody up to be in cahoots in some sort of, like, cult. Some sort of, like, skinwalker cult where, the demons possess dolls and anyone who dies in the city is trapped in a doll. I'm pretty sure the one girl who has the control over all the dolls from the temple, was either died a long time ago or is like blood tied to the main entity of which controls the cult. She seems pretty important. Soot. Soot is to be feared. Your blood will become soot. The world will burn. The world will become soot. So far, I do like the amount of descriptors, considering the imagery is not as brutal as the descriptors are, you know? It's not like a masterpiece, but hey, I don't like to not finish things I start, you know? So we're gonna keep going. I'm really close. I haven't had OBS open. Hi. I'm like really close. Wait, wait, what's happening? Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Okay. Oh no! Damn. Low capacity today in my puddle. It's so it'll. There. I'm now more puddle than man. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then, are my glasses? You should give it a shake to make sure it's all on there. Oh, la, 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 la. Okay. And you know what time it is? Who that? Who that down there? It me. That's Bangers. I'm gonna pet my wives real quick. Hello. Wall Wife 1 and Wall Wife 2. Ah. Meow, 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 meow. I guess I could open the game. Fuck. I wasn't that well prepared. Okay. I watched Borat. We watched Borat this morning. A nice short movie in Elfin server. It was really good. Lots of people got to see it who hasn't seen it in years, and it holds up. It fucking holds up. Yeah, it's blankie time. Did you know it's story time? Welcome, hey you. Welcome, based Rasari. Beast Rasari. Welcome. Give me a second. I got. Give me a second. Steam. Game. Clicky. Give it a second. Give it a second. Give it a second. Give it a second. Woo. Let's turn off these goth bitches. These goth bitches must be silenced. My ass in this tab must be silenced. Whoa, is that too loud? Testing. Testicles. Testicular torsion. Twist your testicles in a tornado formation. Too loud? Too loud? Too loud? T-p-p-g-m-n-f. We good? It's too loud for me. I'm getting raped in the ears. Raped in the face. Better? Worse? The same? I need some descriptors here. I refuse to open my stream. Yeah? But I still want it to be like spooky. That was a bit loud. Oh, Bash, I am so sorry. Let me just get my dick out of your ear real quick. Okay, where's the game capture? I know what I'm doing. Bam! Bing bong. Okay, no, that didn't work. Did that work? Bing bong. A skadoosh. Slam a cow. Yeah, we're good. We're good. You good? Okay. The last time I played this was the 18th of January. It's been 2 weeks. What? We awaken in the mountains. The plants, flowers, and even the animals were wasting away from the long drought. The villagers had reached the last of their limited provisions. The crop fields had lost their vibrancy, and they couldn't expect a little from autumn's harvest at this rate. If they had only been lush, then the villagers could have had some hope. They wanted rain, but more than anything, they wanted food to last them through the day. The villagers, starved and dehydrated, groveled. All they could do was wait for the blessing from the heavens. That said, they couldn't just sit back and starve to death either. A group of young men with energy to spare fought back with their hunger as they prowled the hills and mountains for game and edible plants. Now that there's music, is it still good? I could turn it down a bit more. Ah, I felt like it was too loud. My bad. Recalibrating. Okay. A wounded deer ran through the dead trees covering the mountainside. It's fleeing. Don't let it escape. Mutsu, can you catch it? Oh my god, we're like way in the past. What is happening? He goes. It was the first prey they'd trapped in a while, but just then they were about to kill it. It went berserk and tore out of the trap. Even Mutsu, the fastest and strongest youth in the village, had a hard time catching a wild deer on the run despite its injuries. After leaping over the thin mountain stream, the deer ran out of breath and crouched to the ground. We've got you now. Give up. This is the biggest one we've had in a while. The young men readied their spears and tried to cross the stream. But Mutsu shook his head, stopping them. We cannot. Past this stream is the mountain of Lord Rokugami. Mutsu. I know that, but surely even the mountain god will forgive this minor transgression. Hi, Nada, it's story time. Get cozy. The mountain is forbidden territory. Man must not tread upon it. That is the oath our ancestors took with Lord Rokugami in the exchange for being allowed to settle on this land. I wouldn't want to suffer Lord Rokugami's wrath. The deer appeared to know the same thing. It calmly crouched there and stared back at its impotent pursuers. The mountain of Lord Rokugami must never be tread upon. That was the sole taboo imposed on the villagers. It was said that Rokugami, the deer god, retainer of the golden deer, lived there on the mountain. The mere act of seeing one would extend your lifespan, and the creatures were worshipped. But the mountain was a holy ground. Bringing earthly corruption onto it would result in the wrath most ferocious. We have no choice. We cannot desecrate the mountain. We must search elsewhere. We can't go back empty-handed. Then let's just split up and try to find some food. We've already taken nearly everything we can. Still, we don't have any other options. Let's do our best. The young men weakly nodded and split up. If they didn't eat, they'd die. If they didn't want to die, they'd have to find some food. From a modern perspective, this was an era where death was a constant companion. But that was just the way things were back then. Those who were born in those times never questioned them. Hunger and the ever-present threat of death were the only things that were natural. A certain robust young man had lived in this era. His name was Mutsu. Ooh, we're in the forest. Oh, never mind. Are we back in the future? Ooh, we're going to the future. There were various theories regarding the faith centered around the god known as Rokugami Hito no Mikoto began. Okay. Gotta do it in parts. Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto. If its oldest writings were to be believed, it already existed at some point between the 8th and 12th century. Question for anybody here, what does it call? I have stream max with overboost. I can turn my mic higher if you want. It's just you'll get the white noise of my ass computer suffering in the background. So if you could tolerate that, I could turn it up. Is this better? Is this better? Are we better? Are we doing better? Thanks for letting me know, though. I don't want to get too far in and have it sound like ass. This is me reading a story. Better for me, and I don't mind the white noise. Okay, I guess so. Yeah, my computer's filled with cat hair, so it's a little loud. But yeah, I'll keep going and let me know if there's any other issues. I appreciate it. Thank you. In other words, over 1,000 years ago, it's likely that the mountain was designated to non-hunting areas as to prevent people from hunting game such as deer to the point of extinction. Eventually it became a holy ground, and it was revered as a sacred mountain where the deer god Rokugami lived. And that god became known as Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto, the deity enshrined in the IwaiHime shrine.
となると、ご神体はその山ということになるのよね。普通。
Normally that would mean the spirits reside in the mountain.
この神社の裏手にある山がそうなのでしょうか。
So the shrine was built here to worship Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto?
その山は黒神家が所有してはいるけれど、特に信仰の対象にはなってないの。
No, the Kurokamis own that mountain, but they don't worship it.
六神彦の命のおわした聖なる山はどこのことだったのか。
Nobody knows where Rokugami no Mikoto's sacred mountain is.
郷土史の研究家たちが頑張ったみたいだけど、未だによくわかってないの。
Local history scholars have done their best, but they still can't find it.
なら、この神社は何をご神体にしているんでしょう。
Hey, you never worry about it. I'm fucking scuff as hell and I don't know what's going on, so I appreciate it. I also refuse to open my own stream because I hate the sound of my own voice. Live and learn, live and learn. Then what do they actually pray to here?
もちろん一般公開はされてないから、ほとんどの参拝客は知らない。
Well, that much isn't public. Most of the worshippers have no idea what the real story is. Is this a cult? Everyone's in the cult. However, after doing some research, I think I finally figured it out. I'll tell you later, but it's quite surprising. It was the Sunday after the Iwaimoto Shopping District's Happy Fun Carnival. Miss Hinagata had told me she wanted to talk about something, and so we met at Iwaimoto Shrine. Last week I did something rather shameful. We'd had a sleepover in order to prepare for an early morning. However, I must have caught a cold, as the next day I broke out into a fever that forced me into leaving the others and going home early. Perhaps it was a punishment for my frivolous behavior. Kiko had confessed to me that day before that. I love her room, it's so metal. At first, I thought going out with her would make for a good learning experience. She's your fucking cousin, bro. She's your cousin. But I was still in the middle of my training. Until I became a full-fledged man, it was too early for love. I told Kiko that day of the sleepover. I'd given her the okay at first, and I appreciated her feelings, but I wanted us to go back to the way we were before. Kiko was miffed, to say the least. But eventually she forgave me with a smile. I believe I made the right decision. As for why, I had a horrible dream that night that began with us confessing to everyone that we'd started dating. I'd been having bad dreams since that night before. It may have been the same nightmare over and over again. I ended up hurting Kiko a little. I would have to reflect on that and continue training hard. And that brings us to today.
ご神体はね、本殿にあるのよ。本殿はさらに向こうね。
The Shintai, the object of the house god's spirit, that houses the god's spirit, is the main hall. Further in than what you can see.
もちろんそこは非公開。無理に暴けばたたりがあるそうだから、一般人は誰も入れないけれどね。
It's off limit to the public, of course. It seems forcing it out in the open would invoke its wrath, so they're not allowed.
僕たちはそのご神体に向かってこの拝殿から拝むわけですね。
And that's why we need to pray from the front of the shrine, so we can pray towards the Shintai?
そういうこと。まあ、神社はどこもそうなんだけどね。
Exactly, though that's pretty standard for a shrine. Miss Hinagata had called me over to the shrine to tell me something in private. Sex. But since it was related to the shrine itself, I felt like I was on a field trip. At first, I thought she was going to explain why she'd invited me to join the LCSC. However...
先生は神社とか郷土史とかに詳しいんですね。
You sure know a lot about the shrine and local history.
まあね、ちょっと縁があっていろいろと調べてたことがあるの。
I guess. Let's just say I had a certain connection to it, so I wound up looking into it.
縁って何ですか？
What do you mean by connection?
何から話せばいいんやら。私も戸惑ってるわ。
Honestly, I don't even know where to begin.
ススハラ君に信じてもらえるように話せる自信が未だにないの。
I'm still not confident I can explain it in a way that you'll actually believe.
普通ではとても信じてもらえないような話なんですか？
I take it means that it's a story most people wouldn't?
普通の人にはとても。
Not a normal person, that's for sure.
だから最初は昔話から始めることにしたの。
That's why I've decided to start from the
この
beginning.
町の子なら小学校の時に習うくらい誰でも知っているこの土地の昔話。
With the ancient history of this region, everyone in town is taught in elementary school. Ooh, we got another flashback. This is the flashback sound. In the end, all they could do was look for edible plants. But Mutsu refused to be discouraged and went into the thicket to search. Unlike modern times, people ate whatever they could back then. They didn't have much of a choice when it came to food, so finding anything edible would be a boon beyond all reckoning.
見つかれば
boon.
の話だったね。
That's a word that doesn't get often used. A boon. If there's anything to be found, that is. He decided to go a little bit further. Anything edible in the easiest accessible places had already been taken by the others. So the trick was to look into places harder to reach. Mutsu looked for edible plants while also searching for an animal trap. Animals were major targets. Finding a trail means a chance to trap one.
もっとも向こうも飢えてるだろうからね。
Though they must be starving too.
僕が逆に彼らの食事にされてしまわないように気をつけないと。
I have to be careful to make sure I don't end up the meal myself. The bears and the wolves were nowhere to be found. They must have left their usual territories to sate their hunger. Mutsu honed his senses, knowing he was outside his own usual territory as well. Just then, he heard rustling through the thicket. A rabbit? A raccoon dog? Or could it be a wolf? Mutsu crouched down and held his breath and observed carefully. But in the end, what he saw defied all expectations. She is from the past! Wife! Ooh, Kurokami, ooh, oh, whoa, Kurokami, ooh. Ah, look at her. She's so baby girl, awooga. Eek!
落ち着いて。僕は野党じゃないよ。
Calm yourself, I'm no bandit. Kurokami, ooh, my wife. What are you doing 1,000 years ago? Get out of there. You don't belong there. Get out of there. You don't belong there. Get out of there. She must have been scared by his hunting spear. Mutsu lowered it and attempted to convey that he bore no ill will.
それは失礼をいたしました。
My humblest apologies. Mutsu couldn't take his eyes off of her. What he'd found was a great beauty of an Azusa priestess. Azusa priestesses referred to a wandering shrine priestesses in this era as mediums who could channel gods and spirits. They were sanctified and respected. They were also evangelists, as well as peddlers who brought wisdom and rare goods from afar. And since they were all beautiful young women, it was said that they were gladly welcomed by every village they visited.
このようなところで何を？
Yeah, Hag Lolly
道に迷われました。
confirmed. Yippee. What are you doing in this place, Lolly Baba? Are you lost?
どうかお助けを。それが足を踏み外して。
Please, you must help me. My companion took a wrong step and... The Azusa priestess guided Mutsu to the steep slope at the edge of the thicket. At the bottom crouched an elderly priestess. It seemed she'd gotten lost amidst the animal trails and did not notice the sudden slope until it was too late. Fortunately, the tree trunks had broken her fall, and she'd been in real danger if she took another tumble.
ババ様、人を呼んでまいりました。
Baba-sama. She hit her with the Baba-sama. Granny, I brought someone.
それは助かるよ。
Thank you, child.
足をくじいている。
Did she twist her ankle?
はい。それにババ様はあまり目が。
Yeah, and her eyesight is poor, so...
僕が助けるよ。
Allow me to help.
おばあさん、そこにじっとしてて。今助けるから。
Hold on, ma'am. I'll be right there. Mutsu nimbly descended the slope. He managed to reach the elderly woman with a little difficulty.
大丈夫？足をやった。
Are you alright? How bad is your leg?
どうにもね。
It's fine.
どうにもね。
There's nothing wrong with it. Ow.
腫れ上がってる。
It's swelling.
無理に立とうとしないで。担ぐから。
Don't try to stand on it. I'll give you a lift. Mutsu carried the old woman on his back and carefully ascended the slope. She and her companion's luggage were by no means light, but they weren't anything the robust Mutsu couldn't handle. So he took his time making it back up.
Eventually, he managed to bring the old woman to the top of the slope.
ババ様、足が大変。
Granny, oh no, your leg.
村は遠くないよ。このまま運ぼう。
My village is close. I'll carry her there.
よろしいのですか？すみません。
Would you really? Thank you so much.
困った時はお互い様さ。
We have to help each other out in times of need.
私、鈴の目と申します。あなた様のお名前をお聞かせください。
My name is Suzunome. Would you please grant me your own?
ムツ。
Mutsu.
大した名前じゃないんだ。6人目に生まれたからムツらしいよ。
It's quite a dull name, is it not? It just means six, since I was the sixth born. Oh, his parents hate him.
ムツ様、
What the fuck? Sir Mutsu.
感謝します。このご恩は忘れません。本当にありがとうございます。
You have my gratitude, and I shall not forget your generosity. Thank you very much, truly. Mutsu felt the red tinge spread across his cheeks when he saw her smile. His heart soared for the first time in his life. Little did they know this would spark a love that would span a millennia. Wife.
1000年遅い。
1,000 years too late. Snap. The sound akin to the snapping branches resounded from somewhere within the dolls encircling me. Another doll had broken, unable to endure the soot. No number of them would be enough. Even the final doll, my own body, would likely burst in the near future.
小賢しや人鬼たちよ。
Such impertinent man demons.
なれど1000年の長きを耐え、我はようやくこれだけのすすを集めた。
However, after 1,000 years, I have finally gathered all this soot.
もう次はない。
There will be no next time.
お前で小賢しき術も終わりを迎えるのだ。
This impertinent spell shall finally end with you.
私の
Will.
苦しみ抜いた1000年にもはや意味などないのか。
My 1,000 years suffering be rendered meaningless?
哀れな女よ。我とてお前にだけは同情せずにはいられぬぞ。
Poor girl. Even I cannot help you, but sympathize with you.
お
Can
前
help
の
but sympathize with you.
同情など
I don't need
いらない。
your pity. She's talking to herself. Schizo moment. There's a goddess living within her, I'm assuming.
1000年を巡り、ようやく帰ってきた思い人であろうが。
Though your loved one has finally returned after 1,000 years.
この運命はお前のいたずらなのか。
Is this twist of fate just another one of your tricks?
これは1000年をよく耐え、人鬼たちの人柱としての運命を全うしたお前への我からのささやかなねぎらいである。
A token of appreciation from me to you for fulfilling your destiny as the man-demon's sacrifice for 1,000 years.
ざれごと
Nonsense.
どうせもう終わる運命ではないか。
Your role is coming to an end soon, at any rate.
1000年を経て帰ってきた愛しき男を抱きながら死にたいとは思わぬか。
Do you not wish to meet your end locked in an embrace of your beloved?
あの男に抱かれたいだろう。
Oh, hey Elf. Hey Yokuzo. Welcome. Yokozu. You want that man to take you? Yes.
鈴原先輩に抱かれたい
Oh my god, I'm gonna get raped again. I want Suzuhara to take me.
スズムの濃いドロドロの鈴欲しい
She wants my thick suit, gang. What the fuck?
I want Suzuman's thick suit. Ooh. 私の中に
Oh
鈴
my
の
god.
恋の
I'm gonna get so fucked.
注ぎ込んで Poor Suzuma's thick suit inside of me. All of it. Yeah.
お前が抱かぬならあれを抱きたい者はいくらでもいるようだぞ
If you do not take him, there are others who certainly will.
うるさい
Silence. She's talking to an old god trapped within her. She's having a schizo moment.
あんたがいらないならおいらがもらう
If you don't need him, I'll take him.
鈴原先輩に抱いてもらって愛してもらう
I want Suzuhara to take me, to love me.
濃くってドロドロしてネバネバする鈴の鈴いっぱい欲しい
Oh my god, his cousin's always the most horny one, I swear to god. I want all of Suzuma's thick, sticky soot inside of me. Sidebar, soot is not sticky, it's quite dry. Just saying. Four women, 5 if you count the teacher. You know she wants it. She knows she can get it.
黒髪先輩がいらないなら
If you do not need
み
him,
んなでスズム襲っちゃおうか
then I guess we'll all take Suzumun from you.
スズムを私たち3人で愛しちゃおうかな
I wonder if Suzumun would love all 3 of us.
そして先
I
輩
got a harem. Let's go. Demonic cult harem.
いっぱい
Yeah, they're gonna run a train on me. God gave me holes for a reason. We'll figure it out. And then we'll drain every last drop of Suzuhara's overflowing soot until we're stuffed. They're gonna milk me too?
スズムが干からびるまで
Until Suzumun is dry.
いっぱい
Glorious faces. Wait.
めちゃくちゃに愛されたい
Look at these faces. Look at that face. Look at this face. Wait. My fat ass is in the way. Look at her. She's so cute. Look at her. That's so fucking cute. Okay. Anyway. Sorry, honey. That's where my chat lives. Sorry. Face that's not worth. Toei hates this. This is her destined love for 1,000 years, and all these bitches want him.
我はすでに十分にすすを蓄えている
Yeah, these deers want to get
あれの
fucked.
すすは確かに惜しい
I've already stocked up on enough set. It is indeed a shame I did not acquire his.
がお前がいらぬというなら
But if you don't need him,
ばこの者たちにくれてやってもよいのだがな
then I suppose you have no qualms if I let them have him. Okay, I'll stop. Go away, go. 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 Ah. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes Rabbit. He My phone must have been ringing for a while. That sound slowly brought me back, little by little. This guy hallucinates a lot. Hello?
遅えよ。今どこにいんだよ。
You're late. Where the hell are you? Sho is her abusive fiance.
待たせんじゃね
For
えよ。
those who weren't here
と
for
っとと
that.
来い。
The first time we met Sho, he was forcing her to suck on his toes and like pressing her face into the cement. They're in love. They're in love. How long are you gonna keep me waiting? Get your ass over here.
すみません少様ちょっと体の具合が
I'm sorry, Sir Sho. I'm not feeling well.
んなこと聞いてねえよ。言いなすけ解消されてもいいのか。あ
I don't fucking give a shit. You want me to break off the engagement? Do ya?
それは困ります
No, I don't.
速攻来いよ。いつものカラオケ屋だからな。
Then start hauling ass. We're at the usual karaoke joint, you hear? You hear?
恥をかかせんじゃねえよ。ったくよ。
Fucking hell, don't embarrass me like that. He angrily hung up. I needed to marry that man.
けなげなことよ。そのようなゲスに未だに海外しく尽くすとは。
How gallant it is that you still devote yourself to that scum.
もはやお前には不要な言い名付けであろうに。
To an engagement you no longer even need. Go away. Elf. Do your class. The fuck? Perhaps the engagement was no longer necessary. After all, I suspected that it would end with me before another generation could even begin. But maybe, just maybe, I could keep holding on. So I still needed that man for that slim possibility. However, even if it didn't conclude with my generation, it could very well just end with the next. But that was my duty. That was the sole reason why we were given life. Bye-bye. Have a good shift. It was said that the origin of the Iwaimoto shrine lay in the priestess who married the chief god, Rakuga Mihiko no Mikoto, 1,000 years ago. Iwaimoto shrine was built to celebrate the wedding with a god according to the local history anyway. However, when considering the size of the village back then, it was hard to believe that any priestess would be stationed in that place so small. It was considered more likely that they were a poor farming village, and that said, shrine priestess was in fact a traveling Azusa priestess. Bleh!
ムツ様なんとお礼を申し上げたらよいやら
I do not know how I can ever repay you, Sir Mutsu.
あのままくれていたらと思うとゾッとします本当に助かりました
I fear to imagine what would have transpired had nightfall come. You truly are our savior.
ミコ様の役に立てて嬉しいよ。
Can you not? Oh my god.
早
Fuck
く良く
up.
なるといいね。
If you do that at work, I'm gonna just start saying nigger over and over again. Okay, fuck you. I'm happy I could be of service to you. I hope your companion legs heal quickly. The old woman's leg was swollen to the point where she couldn't even stand. What's more, she developed a fever, either from her wound or exhaustion. Thus, she and Suzunome should stay in the village until she's healed. Normally, visitors would be shunned in this time of famine. However, it was a different story with the Azusa priestesses involved.
村長たちはミコ様たちに雨乞いをしてもらえないかと期待してるよ。
The villagers will be expecting you to pray for rain.
この辺りは左でどこもだいぶひどいようですね
This region certainly does seem to be suffering from a horrible drought.
雨か。さもなくば食べ物を降らしてくれると助かるんだけどね。
All we need is some rain or some sustenance to save us.
声が届けば必ず神は答えてくださるでしょう
Good morning, Tello. I'm sure your prayers will be answered once they reach the heavens. She's not gonna do shit for us. Ooh. The prayers of an Azusa priestesses were legitimate business. The village, as poor as it couldn't a village as poor as this couldn't possibly afford one. Hi, chum slider. You don't need to be here if you're working. Fuck. VODs exist for a reason. Don't get in trouble. Don't you dare get in trouble, or I'll laugh at you. So it seems the mayor and the others were hoping they could ask for help in exchange for letting the old woman stay until she recovered.
私はババ様には到底及ばぬ。まだ修行中の身ですが、私でよければ。
I'm still in training and do not even begin to reach the level of Granny.
この鈴の音、
Welcome to Granny.
ご恩返しにぜひお力添えをさせていただきたく存じます。
But if you don't mind that, then I, Suzunome, would like to do all in my power to repay this
そ
favor.
れはありがたいな。村のみんなも喜ぶよ。
It's wonderful. Everyone will be pleased.
ぜひどうか雨を降らしてもらえるように神様にお願いを頼むよ。
Please ask the gods for rain.
私にできるのは口寄せです。
My skill is in channeling.
ですので、それを頼むのは村の皆さんになりますが。
So it'll have to be the villagers who do all the asking.
口寄せって？
Oh, hi, Sola-san. Welcome. Channeling?
私たちに伝わる神や霊と交信する秘術です。
A secret art taught to us that allows us communication with gods and spirits. Nowadays, people who inherited such talents were known as shamans. Long ago, there were many who wished to converse with the gods or their departed loved ones. Holy shit, that scared the fuck out of me. I didn't catch it. But thanks, man. Welcome. Welcome to the river. Long ago, there were many who wished to converse with the gods or their departed loved ones. Thus, these women were prized for their ability to allow such beings to possess them.
すごいね。そんな術が使えるなんて。
I keep smoking. My bad. You can do something like that? Amazing.
どうでしょう。老女を背負ってあの急斜面を登ることができるお力の方が私はすごいと思います。
Truly, I think someone who can carry an older woman with such a steep slope is more amazing.
そうかな。
He's strong. Ooh, you think so?
私にできることなど口寄せだけ。
All I can do is channel gods and spirits.
ムツ様のように上手にベッタをひっくり返すことなどできませぬ。
I could never flip over a betta as skillfully as you can. What's a betta?
ムツの番だよ。頼むよムツ。
It's your turn, Mutsu. Come on, Mutsu.
よし、僕に任せて。一発逆転しちゃうぞ。
Alright, leave it to me. I'll turn this around right here and now. Mutsu had been playing a game with the village children. It was a local game popular with the youth, known as betta. Oh, we're gonna learn what betta is. One-tick discs made of knitted straw, rice straw, the size of a child's palm, the betta in question, and threw them at the ground. It seemed it evolved from a game where you did the same, but with old broken sandals. Oh my god, is this Pogs? Are they playing ancient Pogs? Poggers! We're playing ancient Poggies. It seems it evolved from a game. Okay. You won by flipping over your opponent's beta with the force of your throw. Oh my god, it's fucking Pogs, dude! It was similar to a game called Menko, played in the 20th century Japan. Oh my god, we're learning the history of Pogs, chat! Food was indeed short, but the adults were seized with the fear at not knowing what would come next. But the children were resilient, no matter how dark the times. Even amidst famine, they played their hearts out.
よし、それ。
Okay. The crunching sound followed. The two bettas, one thrown and one laying on the ground, sprung up lightly. All bettas had flip sides. The side sticking up was known as the male, while the side facing down to the ground was known as the female, face down, ass up. If you could reserve the positions of your opponent's beta, you won.
さっき出っ張った側だったのがへこんだ側になりましたね。
It seems like the bottom is facing up now, huh?
そうなれば取れたことになるんだ。
Yeah, that's right. That's how you win points.
ムツは昔からベッタがすっげえうめえんだよ。
Mutsu's been a master of beta for ages. He's a master beta. He's spent many years as a master of beta. Am I immature? I think that's funny. Whoever wrote that is funny. Give them an award.
ほとんどビッチャしないもんな。
He almost never had a bicha before. Bicha referred to when you flipped your opponent's beta, but it landed on the same position it had been in before, resulting in no points.
力加減にコツがあるんだよ。無駄に力を込めても意味ないんだ。
Fuck your tomato. I'm gonna eat your tomato. That was funny. I'm gonna eat your tomato. That's my breakfast now. It's all in the wrist. You need to put a lot of strength into it.
むしろ少し軽めに打つくらいがちょうどいいんだ。
In fact, it's best to do it a little lightly. Me to your mom. Me when I get your mom. Mutsu's turn came again. Look closely, he said as he threw his beta skillfully. His opponent's beta flew up only slightly, yet perfectly flipped over. Using too much strength would have left the result purely up to luck, like flipping a coin. However, not just anyone could imitate that throw. Thanks to that skill, Mutsu had been the best beta player in the village since he was a child.
ミコ様はやらんの？
Will you play, Lady Princess?
ミコ様もやろうよ、ベッタ。
Yeah, play beta with us.
私ですか？私にもできるでしょうか？
Me? Do you really think I can do it?
できるよ。鈴の目様にだって簡単にできるさ。
Of course you can. It's simple. Even a beginner like you can play it, Lady Suzunome.
まだ修行中の身、様などつけて呼ばれるほどではありませぬ。
But I'm still in training. I'm not worthy of being called lady.
でも面白そうです。ぜひやらせてくださいませ。
But it looks fun. I would most certainly love to join in.
僕のベッタを貸すよ。
Then you can use my beta. Well, she's gonna master his beta.
ありがとうございます。
Too late, I portrayed you as the master beta. Fucking. It's funny, okay? I didn't do a funny. Whoever wrote this did it. Oh, hey, Daddy Clown. Welcome, dude. It's all in the wrist, baby. It's all in the wrist. Thank you very much.
わ
Thank you,
あ、
thank
これ
you.
がベッタ。面白そうですね。
Ah, so this is a beta. It seems so fun. Suzunomi's face lit up with a keen curiosity, a smile befitting a maiden her age gracing her features. Though she was a priestess, she had apparently been just another village girl as a child. She had run around the hills and fields, chased rabbits, and laid on the prairie while eating fruit from the trees.
これで打てばいいのですね。
So I just throw this, right?
そう。どれでも好きなのを狙って打ちつけて。
That's right. Aim at any of the beta here on the ground.
力加減が肝心ですよね。これは難しい。
You said you need to be wary of how much strength you use, yeah? This could be difficult.
最初は何も考えずにやっていいと思うよ。
You shouldn't think too hard about it just now. Just throw.
ベッタに当てるのだって最初は慣れがいるしね。
It takes some experience to hit the beta at first.
では参ります。
Then I shall go. Hey! Yeah! Me with your mom. With a crack, the beta sprung into the air. The children gasped in amazement. After all, Suzuneme's throw had just flipped over her opponent's beta, as though it were light as a feather.
ああ、いい感じにできました。これは取れたのですか？
I did it! That felt good. Well, how is that? Did I get a point?
うん、すごいや。見事だね。
That was amazing. Well done.
巫女様すごいや、すごいすごい。
You're so amazing. That was so great.
取れたら連続してやれるんだ。だからまた鈴の目様が
You get to go again if you score. So if you will, Lady Suzunome. Oh, wait.
様はつけなくてもいいんだっけ？
You has to not be called Lady, right?
はい、ムツ様。鈴の目とお呼びを。
Yeah, you could just call me Suzunome, Mr. Mutsu.
そっちも様をやめてくれるなら僕もやめるよ。
Well, if I don't have to call you Lady, then you don't have to call me Sir either.
はい。では、そのように。
Ooh, first name. Ooh. Alright, please go on. Mutsu. Wow, 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 wow.
だからもう一回鈴の目の番だよ。
Right, just as I was saying, you get to go again, Suzunome.
わかりました。では、再び、参ります。
Understood, then here I go.
てりゃ
Yeah!
あ、巫女様
Me
す
when
げ
your
え。
mom. Wow, you're incredible!
すごいね。またひっくり返した。
Amazing. You flipped it again?
僕なんか最初の頃は当てるだけでも難しかったのにな。
And here I had trouble just hitting it when I started out.
また行きます。そりゃ
Here I go again. Ha!
初心者ってものすごく運がいい時ってあるよね。
He's getting insecure. Talk about beginner's luck.
またひっくり返りました。また行きます。えいりゃ
I flipped it again. Here I go. Yeah!
巫女様すげえすげえ。絶対の天才だ。
She must be a beta genius.
ムツって実はあんまりすごくないの？
Maybe Mutsu isn't that impressive after all.
ムツ大人だしな。ひょっとしたら大人なら誰でもうまいんじゃね？
Well, he is an adult. Maybe all adults are just good at it?
ベタってとっても面白いです。それにすごい簡単ですね。
Beta is so much fun. It's quite easy to play, isn't it? He's fucking destroyed. Wait. Look at him. He's absolutely wrecked. He's like, oh, this whore made it look so easy. That's so funny.
あれ、ムツ？
Mutsu? Mutsu, the man hailed by the village children as the beta master, stood there pitifully as his pride was shattered into pieces. Oh shit.
鈴の目勝負を申し込め
Suzunome, I challenge you!
はい、望むところです。
Alright, as you wish. A thunderous crack split the air.
あ、今のビッチャですよね。ビッチャビッチャ。
That was a bicha, wasn't it? Bicha, bicha. Now we're getting into the real game. I used too much strength.
では今度は私の番ですね。参ります。
Then it's my turn, is it not? Here I come. Another thunderous crack followed.
巫女様すげえ。天才だ。
She's so amazing. She's a genius.
ムツも頑張れよ。オイラたちの大将だろ。
Don't give up, Mutsu. You're the best of us all.
あー今ビッチャービッチャビッチャー
That one was a bicha. It was a bicha,
ビッ
bicha.
チャじゃないです。最初からメスでした。
No, it wasn't. It was upside down from the start.
ビッチャじゃないよ。巫女様が
Who
正
is
しい
the
よ。
master beta? It wasn't bicha. Lady Princess is right.
ムツ、見苦しいぞ。
Mutsu, you're embarrassing yourself.
さあ、あと1枚ですね。これをひっくり返せば
That's
子供たち
real.
の大将ムツの誇りも粉々ですね。
There's only one more left, is there not? If I flip this one, then the children will lose all respect for you. Wench.
俺が別タの名人に上り詰めるまでの苦労を全て打ち砕く気か
Accursed wench. I worked so hard to become the best beta player around. I will not be bested with the likes of you.
ムツ、一体いつからこの遊びがこの村だけのものと錯覚して
Mutsu, did you really believe this game was unique to this village?
セスの目貴様この遊びやり込んでいるな
Suzunome, you fiend. You're an expert at this, aren't you?
This is so Yu-Gi-Oh coded. Holy shit.
答える必要はない
I have no need to tell you. Suzunome's beta let out a sharp crack as it struck the ground, and the final beta flew high into the sky. Would Mutsu's beta flip, or would it be a bicha?
完璧な力加減完璧な跳躍完璧な回転ムツ破れたり
This is so chuny.
Perfect strength, perfect jump, perfect rotation. Victory is mine, Mutsu.
この状況で勝利を確信するとは勝利
How foolish. You think you've already won?
My hand's in front of my face.
I'm peeking through my fingers. I'm about to release my true power.
どうやら鈴の目貴様の村には伝わらなかったらしいな
It would seem they didn't teach you this in your village.
ベッタ界に伝えられる
Oh my god,
究
he's
極
gonna
の
name
奥
his
義を
attack.
Ultimate skill passed through the world of beta.
何
The song slaps.
Nani? Impossible. All of a sudden, Mutsu caught his falling beta and threw it at Suzunome's.
これぞ超絶究極非奥義
This
スターダストシーター
chuny motherfucker! Taste the power of my ultimate secret technique, Stardust Shot!
何何がおかしい
What? What's so funny?
この地ではその技をそう呼ぶかだが我が村では
Oh
奥
my
義
god,
など
this is getting
究
so
極
intense.
奥義にあらず
So, is that what they call a skill in this region? But in my village, it's no secret, nor is it the ultimate technique.
それを打ち負かす真の奥義が編み出されていたことを知れ
He's pulling out the big guns.
Fear the true secret technique designed to counter it. Suzunome jumped high, higher than the beta sent flying up by Mutsu's Stardust Shot.
新進王究極絶対奥義ムツ貴様の腐敗神話への引導
Welcome back,
ここで
big
く
man.
れてやるわ
Time for the true super ultimate secret technique. This shall send your immortal legend to the grave, Mutsu.
くらえクライマックスハレーストライク
Eat this! Climax Sunshine Strike! The beta howled as it sliced through the sound barrier.
She went Mach 2.
With a wham, it smashed into the ground with great force, shooting clouds of dust into the air. Who was the winner? Was it Mutsu? Was it Suzunome? The two of them landed one after the other.
They were in the sky. They were talking in the sky. That was chuny as fuck.
And a few seconds later, their betas landed on the ground for good. Only now would the result be revealed.
相打ちですか
A tie? Is it?
いや違うね君だけビッチャだ
No, that's wrong. Only you got a bicha.
いい
I
え
know.
あなたもビッチャです
Hi Galahad, welcome.
No, you had a bicha too.
違うね鈴の目だけがビ
No
ッチャ
you.
だ
They're playing the no you.
Wrong. You're the only one with a bicha
違い
here.
ますムツだけがビッチャです
Nuh-uh. You are absolutely wrong. You got a bicha.
違うね。鈴の目だけがビッチャだよ。ビッチャビッチャ。
Wrong, you're the only bicha here. Bicha, bicha.
子供たちに判定してもらいましょう。勝ったのはどっちですか？
We'll let the children be the judge of that. Which one of us won?
僕だよね。見てたでしょみんな。
It was me, right? You all saw that, didn't you?
すごすぎてよくわかんなかった。
It was so amazing. I couldn't tell. Hi, Freakatron. They're playing Beta to see who is the master Beta. The adult thing to do in the situation was to just call it a draw, but
鈴の目がビッチャだよ。
you had the bicha, Suzunome.
いいえ、ムツだけがビッチャです。
No, you were the only one with the bicha, Mutsu.
鈴の目がビッチャビッチャビッチャ。
No, you were. Bicha, bicha.
違います、ムツです。ビッチャビッチャビッチャビッチャ。
No, wrong you are. How wrong you are, Mutsu. Bicha, bicha, bicha. A young man and woman were shouting bicha at each other, back and forth in the village square. Villagers had gathered from a distance to see what was going on. Some were laughing, while others grinned and awkwardly looked away.
いいえ、あなたがビッチャです。このビッチャビッチャ。
No, you got the bicha, so I beat you. Bicha, bicha.
そっちがビッチャだよ。ビッチャのビッチャビッチャビチャ。
No, I beat you. Bicha, 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 bicha.
若いっていいわね。ムツも年頃だし。
Must be nice being so young. Mutsu's at that flirting age, I suppose.
最近の若いもんは大胆じゃのう。
It sounds like there's trouble in paradise already. Eventually, the two of them finally realized just how foolish they were acting. They suddenly blushed and became lost for words. Not knowing what to do, they faced the villagers surrounding them and bowed. And then they ran off as fast as they could. Bicha, bicha. They wanted to find some hole to hide in and would go as far as they needed to find one. I'm not doing that. I will not be doing that. They're so silly. Who won though? Call it now. Who do you think won? The pair started laughing and then threw themselves onto the prairie. They looked up and watched as the sky slowly but surely changed from orange to violet. The two talked about themselves until the sun set. Oh my god, they're holding hands. Ooh. Suzunome hadn't always been destined to be an Azusa priestess. Apparently, she was born and raised as an ordinary village girl until she was discovered by a band of Azusa priestesses and began training with them. She had been certain that she'd developed a fully composed personality, one completely devoted to the serving of those above. But as the day's events had proven, the part of her that loved playing games still remained deep down.
ありがとう、ムツ。こんなに目いっぱいはしゃいだのは本当に久しぶりです。
Thank you, Mutsu. It's truly been so long since I've played my heart's content. Played to my heart's content. I had so much fun.
僕も楽しかったよ。
Me too.
僕の場合はまあいつもはしゃいでいるけれど。
Though I'm always playing around like that, I guess.
私の村ではベッタではなくバッタと呼んでいたのですが。
In my village, they called that Bata and not Beta.
まさかバッタの神の生まれ変わりとまで言われた私と腕前の白昼する人に出会えるなんて。
They used to call me the avatar of Bata. I never imagined I'd meet someone else who would rival my skills.
世の中って広いね。いろんな人がいるんだね。
The world sure is a big place, huh? Far too big for you to be completely unrivaled.
鈴の目が羨ましいよ。いろんな土地に旅に行って見聞を広げられるのが。
How I envy you, Suzunome. I wish I could travel around and broaden my horizons too.
でもちょっぴり疲れます。
Well, it is a mite tiring.
最初の頃はいろいろと興味深くて面白かったですが、
At first it was so fascinating and
バ
fun.
バ様のような弱いになっても旅暮らしかと思うとちょっぴり嫌になる時もあります。
However, there's been times where I don't enjoy it, like when I think about how I'll still be living on the road at Granny's age.
荷物は重いですし、旅路も険しいし、
Luggage is heavy and the roads are dangerous.
ババ様と二人きりの旅なら気も楽ですが、年の近い巫女がもっといると、女同士だといろいろ疲れることもありまして。
I feel at ease when it's only me, Granny, and I traveling together, but it gets tiring when there are more girls my age around.
あずさみこは荷物持ちの人足とかいないの？
Azusa priestess don't have people to carry their luggage for them?
裕福な方々ですと荷物持ちや用心棒の男手を連れ歩かれることもあるようです。
I heard only the wealthy ones can afford male companions to carry their luggage and protect them.
へえ。あずさみこにも裕福とか裕福じゃないとかそういうことがあるんだ。
Huh. So the concept of wealth exists even amongst Azusa priestesses? Though known collectively as the Azusa priestesses, there were in fact a wide variety of them. The most common type were the groups hired by large villages to come visit them and in fixed intervals. But there were also those who acted as missionaries, trying to spread the word of the gods to the more backwater villages. There were also those who traveled with peddlers, as well as those who worked as women of easy virtue. Suzunome and her companion had once belonged to a large group, but being in such a large party created a lot of discord. Tired of that, Suzunome had left them along with Granny, the woman she'd considered her mentor, and begun to journey with her, which resulted in her meeting Mutsu.
やはり老婆と若い女だけの旅では危ないですね。
A journey with only an elderly woman and a young lady truly is
たま
dangerous.
たまムツに助けてもらえたから良いようなものを。
We were truly blessed that you saved us when you did.
そうだね。この辺りは熊や狼が出ることも多いし。
It can be dangerous around here. Many bears and wolves roam these parts.
クマやオオカミならまだしも、もし出会っていたのが野党だったらと思うと。
I'd rather deal with those than bandits.
それは怖いね。
That would have been terrifying.
ムツみたいな人が一緒にいてくれたら、
If we had someone like you with us,
荷物持ちも楽になるし、いざという時も頼れるでしょうに。
he could carry our bags and defend us when the going gets tough.
いいね。僕も鈴の目について行って旅がしたいな。
Going on a journey with you. That sounds nice. I'd like that. Of course, they both knew it was a pipe dream. In this era, villagers had to prepare food not just for themselves, but for the annual tribute too. A man in the prime of his life, like Mutsu, was valuable to his family. If he were gone, then it would fall upon his elderly parents to do the work in his place.
僕も旅がしたいな。
I'd like to go on a journey too.
私もかつては同じ夢を思い描いておりました。
I used to have the same dream.
いざやってみると楽しくない。
You don't enjoy actually doing it?
相手次第でしょうか。
It depends on who I'm with, I suppose.
気の合わない相手との旅は苦痛ですが、
It's not any fun when I don't get along with my traveling companions.
気の合う相手との旅だったなら、どれほど楽しいことなのでしょうね。
But when I do, it's so much fun. The two looked into each other's eyes. From that alone, they could tell what they were feeling, what they both wanted. However, it could never be. The old woman's leg wasn't healing quickly, so Suzunome would likely remain around for a while. but eventually she'd have to return to the road. Mutsu couldn't join her. Fate dictated that he'd have to watch her leave.
旅に戻ったらもう二度と鈴の目とは会えないのかな。
Once you go back on your journey, will we never meet again?
きっと必ずこの村にまた戻ってきます。
I swear I'll return to this village someday.
戻ってもまた旅に出ちゃうんだよね。
But even if you do, you'll just have to leave again, right?
それがあずさみこのお役目ですから。
Well, that's my duty as an Azusa priestess.
私たちを求める人々はあちこちにいます。その方々を私は救済しなくてはなりません。
There are people everywhere who need us, and it's our job to help them.
そうだよね。
Yeah, you're right. Mutsu knew he couldn't be selfish and say that he wanted her all to himself. When she saw his face dim slightly, Suzunome gave an encouraging
だ
smile.
から
So,
旅に出ても何度出ても何度でもこの村に戻ってきます。
until the day comes when you can travel
い
with
つの日に
me,
かムツが私と一緒に旅に出られるようになる日までずっと
I'll keep coming back to this village, no matter how many journeys I take. Always.
鈴の目。
Suzunome. The sky was painted over the colors of night. Painted over in the colors of night by this point. Under it, the pair's silhouette appeared to overlap. They're fucking. They're fucking in the grass. They're fucking. They're fucking in the grass. From that day onward, the two continued their tryst, making the most of their limited time. Ooh, they fucked a lot. Journeys were harsh in this era. No matter how much she promised she'd see him again, they knew there was no guarantee of that. Then maybe I should just stay in this village. Suzunome entertained the notion many times. But there were people counting on her. People who eagerly waited for the arrival of an Azusa priestess. And of course, there was no way she could just abandon the journey and leave her elderly companion to continue it alone. Mutsu wouldn't dare tell her he wanted her to abandon her noble mission and take her for his own, either. So he put his faith in their reunion and vowed to not waste a single moment of their time together. Even when the moon shone bright around them, the pair did not separate. Aww. 1,000 years love. The old woman's leg wasn't getting any better. Perhaps the strain of the long journey had caught up with her. She'd broken out into a fever and was showing no signs of recovery. It pained Suzunome's heart to know that they had brought even more mouths to feed to this starving village. Picking up on that, the village elders asked her to pray for rain.
わかりました。お引き受けさせていただきます。
I understand I shall accept.
ありがたや。
Oh, he's so thirsty. Oh, thank you.
ただ私のできるのは雨乞いではなく口寄せです。
But I'm afraid I won't be able to pray for rain
この
myself.
地を守る産砂神を私の体に下ろすことしかできません。
I'm only capable of channeling the guardian deity of this land.
ということは、六神様を。
Which means you can bring Lord Rokugami to your body?
わしらは六神様と話せるちゅうのか？
We can speak to Lord Rokugami?
つまり雨を降らせてもらえるかどうかは
In other words, whether we see rain in our future
僕たちが六神様の心に届くお願いができるかどうか
depend
という
on
ことだね。
depend on whether our pleas reach Lord Rokugami's heart. Yeah?
そうなります。
Correct.
でも皆様の敬う気持ちと本当に困っているという気持ちがあったなら必ず届くでしょう。
If you all possess reverence and genuine fear for your futures, I guarantee your pleas will not fall on deaf ears.
そんなことして大丈夫なのかね。
The villagers were abuzz with fear and anxiety. They were daunted by the prospect of having to speak to a being so awe-inspiring as their very own god. The mayor calmed them down. They had no other choice. Without rain, they couldn't count on the autumn harvest. But if they knew they just had to hold out until autumn, they could find hope again. We're counting on you, Lady
か
Priestess.
しこまりました。
Understood. There was an abandoned temple near the village. Now, you may be wondering why someone would build a temple in such a remote location. Well, some distinguished monks came from the capital and mentioned that it would be in the perfect spot for a temple. That's all there was to it. But right before the temple was completed, part of it burned down under suspicious circumstances. It seemed it hadn't been very popular. The bad luck didn't end there, though. At some point, the virtuous monks collapsed from illness. As a result, they departed the land, leaving only an unused temple behind. Thus, in this village, that temple was the most fitting place for a divine ritual. Sorry, I punched my mic. I'm just so punchy sometimes. On the night of the ritual, the village gathered there out of curiosity. Before long, a god would appear to speak before them. It was awe-inspiring, and yet something no one would ever wish to have to resort to ever again. As the anxious villagers clamored around the main temple hall, Suzunome began this solemn ritual. She chanted the prayer aloud to summon Rokugamu Hiko no Mikoto. She took out a small bow known as an Azusayomi, a spirit bow, and grabbed a string. Using something akin to a small pole, she strung the bow until it was taut, not like she was about to fire, but rather like she was playing an instrument. The hall resounded with a shrill noise, the likes of which had never been heard before. Will this really summon Lord Rokugami?
静かに。彼女の邪魔になるよ。
Quiet, you'll distract her. The whispers of the villagers died down, one after the other, by that majestic sound. Before long, the air was filled with an austere presence befitting of the advent of a god. Suzunome, who had been putting her all into stringing the bow, suddenly lowered her head and began shaking from head to toe. Her eyes widened as she convulsed and started groaning. The villagers, fearing she might be possessed by an evil spirit, could only watch with bated breath. And then she went limp. Quietly, she slowly rose to her feet, her demeanor completely different from before. When she turned around, her expression was no longer that of the sweet young woman everyone had seen mere minutes prior. A long silence followed. No one dared speak, lest of all blink or twitch. Eventually, she broke the silence.
我こそは六神彦の命なるぞ。
I am Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto.
ひれ伏すがよいぞ、人の子らよ。
Prostrate yourself, children of man. Her intensity was not that of Suzunome. There was no more doubt about it. A god now dwelled within her body.
六神様。
Oh, Lord Rokugami.
我らはお山のふもとに住まいます村の民たちでございます。
We are the villagers who live at the base of the mountain. The mayor humbled himself as he informed Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto of the village's plight.
我は雨を滑る神にあらず。
I am not the god who governs the rains.
雨の恵みをもたらすことはかなわぬのだ。
Thus I cannot bring such a blessing.
ああ、それでは雨は一体いつになったら。
Oh, then when will we next see rain?
雨雲は遠い。
The rain clouds are distant.
必ず恵みの雨は降ろうが、まだ遠い。
You will certainly be graced by rain, but it's still some time away.
秋の実りはどうでしょう。
Then what of the autumn harvest?
幾ばくかの実りを迎えるであろう。
A modest harvest awaits you.
それをよく蓄え、大切に食い伸ばしたなら、必ずや村は救われるであろう。
Should you store and ration it carefully, the village will certainly survive. There would be crops in the fall. Everyone looked at each other with relief, as this is a beacon of hope. Now that they have hope for their future, their concerns turn to the present, naturally.
しかし六神様、私たちはすでに日々の糧にも苦労しております。
But Lord Rakugami, we are struggling to get by as is.
このままでは村人たちは次々に弱り、病に蝕まれていくことでしょう。
At this rate, the villagers will grow weaker and weaker and succumb to illness.
秋まで待つことはとても難しい
Had a
こ
little
とで
burp
す。
in there.
どうか、どうか、
It will be very difficult to hold out until autumn. Please help
我らに
us.
日々の糧をお与えください。
Please give unto us our daily bread.
お前たちは我を敬い、我が山に属せの汚れを持ち込まぬよう、よく今日まで努めた。
You've done well to revere me and not bring your earthly corruption into my mountains.
その労をねぎらうことはやぶさかではない。
I would be willing to requite you for your labor.
何とぞお慈悲を。
Please grace us with your benevolence.
次の満月の晩より7日間、我が眷属の鹿たちを村に使わす。
For 7 days from the night of the full moon on, I shall send unto you deer who served
そ
me.
の肉を村人たちに分け与えよ。
Distribute their flesh among the villagers.
さすれば秋の実りまでを食いつなぐことができるであろう。
Do this and you will have food enough to last until autumn harvest. And with those words, Suzunome's body slowly went limp until she collapsed to the ground. Rokugami Nahiko no Mikoto had vowed its charity unto the villagers. And then came the night of the full moon. The god's envoy appeared before the waiting villagers. It was a creature of legend said to have lived in the Forbidden Mountain, the Golden Deer. The villagers were rendered speechless by its heavenly appearance. The buck's antlers were strong and firm like the branches of a great tree. Their solid golden glitter shone through the village like a scene straight out of a dream. Its eyes gleamed red like rubies, and though it was a deer, one couldn't help but kneel before its divine presence. Its fur was also golden, sparkling brilliantly with each movement of its body. It was the emissary of Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto, rumored to extend one's life at the mere sight of it. Every last villager prostrated themselves before it. Suzunome slowly walked forward and spoke to it. Before long, she turned around and conveyed its message to the villagers.
神の鹿はこう仰せられています。
The sacred deer has spoken
我が
thusly.
肉を剥ぎ、それを煙でいぶして蓄えよ。
Carve up my flesh, smoke it with fumes, and store
需
it.
要に富し我が肉は一口で飢えを癒すであろう。
A single bite of my bountiful flesh shall be enough to remedy your hunger.
そして我が金色の角、 我が金色の毛皮を剥ぎて金子に変えて蓄えよ。
Then strip me of my golden antlers and fur and trade them for money.
それにて食い伸ばし、秋の実りを待つがよかろう。
Use it to help sustain yourself until the coming autumn's harvest. For the next 7 days, they were visited by a new golden deer each night. Doing as they were told, the villagers smoked the meat and stored it. They presented the golden antlers and furs to the nobles from the capital and managed to exchange them for a vast sum of money. With those, the villagers were saved from famine and managed to keep their homes alive. Nice!
そんな昔話があったんですね。
I never knew they had that sort of legend around here.
だからこの土地の古いお年寄りは絶対に鹿の肉を食べないの。
That's why the elderly people in this region never eat venison.
尊い神様の使いだからって言ってね。
For they claim deers are God's sacred
まあ
messengers.
この平成日本で鹿の肉なんてなかなか口にできるものじゃないけれどね。
Not that modern day deer make for good venison anyway.
神社への通りの土産物屋さんに名物鹿まんじゅうとか鹿納豆とかいろいろ売っているけれど、
The vendors on the way to the shrine sell deer-themed novelties like deer steamed buns or deer natto.
食べ物に神聖な鹿の名を冠することに眉を潜めるお年寄りも少しはいるのよ。
However, some of the elderly frown upon putting the name of a sacred deer on food products.
飢饉を
The
鹿の
shill
神
in the
様に
deer.
救ってもらったことをこうしてずっと感謝し続けてるんですね。
So they continue to thank the deer god for saving them from famine to this day, huh?
というのがすべて後世の人たちが都合よく再編集した作り話なの。
Well, the story I just told you was the version conveniently edited by later generations.
作り話
Edited?
そう。そもそもこの神社は祝い元なんてめでたい名前なんかじゃなかった。
That's right. In fact, this shrine's name isn't something as nice sounding as IwaiHime Shrine to begin with.
本当の名前は呪い元神社。
Its true name is Noroimoto Shrine.
呪いって人を呪うの呪いですか？
Noroi, as in curse?
そう。人を呪うの呪いと書く呪い元神社。
That's right.
外から人が来ることのない時代にはみんな気にしなかったそうなんだけどね。
No one really gave the name any thought back in those days when outsiders were few and far
江
between.
戸時代に街道が通ることになるとマイナスイメージを気にして名前を変えようということになってね。
But once roads started passing through the village by the 17th century or so, they were worried the name would give them a negative image and thus decided to change it.
呪い元神社の名前は似た字で縁起のいい祝い元神社に改められたの。
So they took the character for Noroi, or curse, and swapped it out for a similar character with more positive connotations. Iwai, or celebration.
この頃に呪い元神社の由来についての物語も改編が行われたわ。
It was at that time they revised the story regarding history of the Noroimoto Shrine.
その結果が先ほど話した昔話。
The result was the legend that I just told you.
改変ってことは元の話とどこかが変えられているんですか？
So by edited, you mean they changed a part of the original
変
story?
えられているというより、はしょられているというべきね。
More like they abridged it.
飢饉が起こり、神の鹿がやってきて村を救ってくれた。
Famine occurred and the village was saved by the arrival of sacred deer.
この後の物語がきれいにはしょられているの。
Everything that happened afterwards was neatly cut out.
つまりさっきの昔話はあれで終わりではない。
So that means the legend didn't end there.
そういうこと。
Bingo!
神の鹿がやってきて、村人たちは無事に飢饉を乗り越えた。
It didn't just end.
それだけじゃ終わらなかったってことね。
It didn't just end after the villagers overcame their famine.
お
Oh.
ところで、この神社のご神体なんだけど、神様のおわす山でもなければ、村を救った鹿でもない。
By the way, the Shintai in the shrine isn't the god who lived on that mountain, nor is it the deer who saved the village.
なんだと思う？
So, what do you think it is? Ooh, Suzuminome, or whatever her name is, Suzunome. It's probably her because she looks just like Toei Kurokami. I think it's her.
想像もつかないです。
I couldn't even begin to guess.
答えから言うと盆栽よ。
I'll just tell you the answer. It's a bell.
盆栽
A bell?
平たく言えばお寺の釣り鐘のことよ。
To be more exact, a hanging bell from a
大
temple.
昔この村にあったという廃寺に放置された釣り鐘。
Bell from the abandoned temple that was in the village long
それ
ago.
が岩井本神社のご神体なの。
That's the shrine Shintai.
どうしてそんなものが？
Why something like that?
神社のパンフレットには神に感謝して人々が奉納したなんてもっともらしいことが書かれているけど、
The pamphlet for the shrine has some passable story about how people offered it up as a thanks to the god here.
普通に考えれば辻褄が合わないわよね。
But when you really think about it, that doesn't add up. Conspiracy! This was a shrine for worshipping the deer god known as Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto. And there was a legend that said his deer saved people from famine. But then why had the shrine been named after a curse? Why would the sacred Shintai be a hanging bell from an abandoned temple? It wasn't adding up at all. Something was missing, and just like Miss Hinagata was alluding to,
戦前の郷土史収集家が研究していたの。その人の資料を見つけるのは苦労したわ。
local history compilers from before the war conducted some research. Finding their work was a real
神
pain.
社の神主を代々務める黒神家は迫害と呼べるほどの圧力をかけてその研究をもみ消したのだから。
The Kurokami family, who have run the shrine for generations, put so much pressure on them to suppress their findings that you could call it persecution.
この土地の縁起の悪い伝説を蒸し返されることを好まなかったということでしょうか？
Why? Because they didn't like them raking up some sort of grim legend?
おそらくね。
Most likely.
黒神家にとっては自称研究家などという人間の好奇にさらされ無用な注目を浴びたくなかったでしょうし。
The Kurokamis probably didn't want to have exposed to curious self-proclaimed researchers and have unwanted attention brought upon themselves. Huh.
何があったんですか？
What happened?
人間の欲とそれに対する神の怒り、
The greed of mankind was met by divine wrath.
そしてその神の怒りすらも上回る人間のおぞましさよ。
And man's repulsive nature gave it a run for its money. The people weren't saved by the meat from the sacred deer. The capital's nobles were enamored by the golden antlers and the furs and paid handsomely for them. The people managed to live modestly off of that and survived the famine. However, things didn't end there. A single bite from the deer meat cured their hunger. But man's desire knows no bounds. Once their desire for food was sated, their minds became occupied with their desires for wealth. The village elders were awed by the unimaginable riches they'd earned from trading the golden antlers and furs. What's more, the nobles have asked them, "Do you have any more?" If they brought more golden antlers and fur, they could sell them for a hefty price. The villagers had only lived modestly so far because they had no other choice. But faced with the prospects of earning a king's ransom, their greed drowned out their gratitude towards their god. Nice. Nice. Capitalism.
そんなのダメだよ。お山を犯すなんて。
Money is our master. We need no gods. No, we cannot desecrate the mountain.
あの山にはまだまだ金の鹿がおるはずじゃ。
But there should be more golden deer up there, though.
あれだけのお山じゃ100頭はいるに違いね
It's a big mountain. There must be hundreds of them.
でもお山を侵せばタタリがあるって
But we'll be cursed if we trespass.
タタルなんぞ怖いもんか
I'm not afraid of some curse.
そもそも六神様なんて本当におるかもわからんぞ
Besides, we don't even know if Lord Rokugami is really there.
んだんだ旅の巫女が口を接したらたまたま金の鹿が村に迷い込んできただけかもしれん
He's right. Maybe it's just a coincidence that the golden deer wandered into our village after the priestess's channeling. Grim. It is in man's nature to look to the future over the past. Future prospects are far more important than offering thanks to that of which had come and already gone. Until now, the villagers had feared and revered the mountain as Rokugami Mohiko's no Mikoto's sacred home. Yet they'd completely forgotten their dutiful thanks and were wearing their greed on their sleeves. A picture scroll from the 17th century obtained by the aforementioned researchers told the true story. It depicted the gruesome slaughtering that had unfolded on that mountain, the hunting of the golden deer. Here's some irony. What word do you get when you combine the characters for gold and deer? The answer is massacre. Oh my god. We get deer dialogue. That's so ridiculous. Okay. Brother, please reconsider.
そうですとも人間たちのためにそこまでをされる必要はありますまい
She's right. You needn't go so far for the humans.
そうはいかぬ
I must.
我らは互いを敬い距離を保ちつつも共生せねばならぬ
We must respect each other and keep our distance if we are to live in unity.
なれど日照りで辛いのは我らも同じ
But the drought has brought us similar and equal suffering.
なぜに我らのみが人間に施さねばならぬかわかりませぬ
So are we the only ones who have to offer aid? I do not understand.
人間たちはよく
Yeah.
我らを敬い
I don't like when my food
この
talks. We
危機
should
に
shoot
あって
it.
も我らの土地を侵さなかった
The humans honor us and have refused to desecrate our land, even in the times of famine.
それに対し見返りがなくば我らへの敬いも薄れようというもの
Should we fail to reward them for that, their reverence for us shall wane.
神代の時代はすでに終わって久しい我らは滅ぶべき存在だ
The age of the gods is long over. Our kind is overdue to perish.
しかし彼らの祖先は我らの地を侵さぬことを約束してくれたのだ何の見返りも求めず
And yet, their ancestors swore not to trespass on our land without seeking anything in return.
しかしその見返りに我らの身を捧げるなど
But to offer up our flesh as a reward?
さようです兄上様がどうして人間どもに
She's right. Why must you die for humans, brother?
話し合って決めたことだ我を筆頭に年長の者7人を人里に送る
We discussed this. Starting with me, the 7 eldest of us will descend upon the man village.
それで彼らは秋の実りまで十分に食いつなぐことができるであろう
That shall grant them enough nourishment to last until autumn harvest.
我の血肉は彼らのものだけにはならぬ
My flesh and my blood shall not belong to them
我
alone.
らへの敬いを新たにし我らの安寧にもつながるのだ
It will renew their reverence for us and bring us peace. Oh, he's wrong.
兄上様
Brother.
出産を間近にしている者もおろう7人減ればその分多く食え父の出も良くなるはずだ
There are also those due to give birth soon. The loss of 7 of us shall grant more food to produce greater
我
milk.
ら亡き後この山頼むぞ
Once I've departed, we'll leave the mountain to you.
兄上様、
Brother,
誓って一族の繁栄をお約束いたしまする。
I swear it, I vow our clan will prosper in your absence. They're all gonna die! But they could not keep that promise. Over 7 days, 7 sacrifices were sent, believing that they were fulfilling their duty. But they had no way of knowing that their sacrifices would be in vain. They could have never imagined that they were stirring man's greed even further. Whoa. That's so grim. It happened on a night where the moon appeared to be red. As desolate winds blew, the villagers, carrying torches, all passed over the stream onto the forbidden mountain. The mere act sent the creatures living there into a frenzy, for all of them had wholeheartedly believed that the humans would never cross the stream. War! The mob roared as they roused the animals. The golden deer instantly understood the situation from the commotion and learned that their trust had been betrayed. Both Suzunome and Mutsu had been opposed to it, but their words had fallen on deaf ears of those who were blinded by the greed. Since the village had taken care of her, Suzunome could do little but protest. And since Mutsu was a member of the village, he was unable to fight against their shared conviction. Back in those days, your village was your family, and their fate was yours. Opposing them would mean getting both yourself and your family ostracized. Mutsu knew that. So even though he didn't want to, he had no choice but to partake in the mountain hunt. He went with them. Oh my god. The creatures of the mountain scrambled in fear down the animal trails on the opposite slope. There, they were caught in large nets. It was an ambush pincer attack, designed to lure them into traps and round them up whole. Of course, what the villagers truly wanted was the golden deer, but in this time of famine, they didn't mind taking whatever they could catch. They planned to hunt the whole mountain dry. The agitated animals were caught by their herd in traps, one after the other. It's a monkey! What's there a monkey doing in the forest? The dying screams of their slaughter resounded without end in sight. The golden deer looked down on this horrifying scene. How horrid. Sister, we can't stay here any
この
longer.
地を捨てましょう。今ならまだ北の谷から逃げられます。
Let us abandon this mountain. We still have time to flee into the northern valley.
しかし北の谷は人の子らの地だ。我らの地にはあらず。
But the children of man live there. It's not our land.
人の子が金を破った以上、我らがそれに従う道理はありますまい。
The children of man had broken their oath. Thus we are no longer obliged to ours.
さようです。彼らが我らの地を侵すように、我らが彼らの地を侵したとて、誰に咎められましょう。
Indeed, now that they've desecrated our land, no one can reproach us for doing the same.
なりませぬ。
We cannot.
姉上様。
Sister.
彼らが金を破ったからといって我らまで破ればそれは我らも同じに出したも同然。
If we broke our own oath simply because they did, that would make us no different from them.
我らは神代の時代より生きし誇り高き一族。その誇りを失うことは許されませぬ。
We are a proud clan that have lived longer than the age of the gods. We cannot allow ourselves to abandon that pride.
しかし悔しゅうございます。
My heart is marred with vexation.
これでは何のために兄上様たちが命を捧げたのかわかりません。
This cannot be what our siblings gave their lives for.
人の子を信じた兄上様たちが不憫でなりませぬ。
I can only pity them for placing their faith in the children of man.
人の子にあらず。
No, these are no children of man.
人の鬼じゃ。
They are demons in human flesh. Man demons.
我らは金を破らぬ。破りで沢を越えるは人鬼に脱するも同じ。
We shall not break our vow. We shall not degrade ourselves to the level of those man demons.
我らの誇りが人鬼どもの邪悪によっても汚されぬことを教えてやろうぞ。
We will teach them that our pride cannot be sullied by their evil.
いたぞ金の鹿の村じゃ
Look, a herd of golden deer.
囲め囲め、一匹も逃してないぞ。
After them, don't let a single one get away. The villagers' greedy eyes gleamed through the darkness, looking exactly like those demons. Those of demons. The herd of golden deer suddenly took off and scattered across the mountain. But their golden fur shone too brightly in the moonlight. They couldn't escape the avaricious glares of the man demons. The one deer collapsed in exhaustion, one fell and broke its legs, and one by one they were captured. The final members of the herd were cornered at the stream. If they crossed the stream, they could likely flee to safety. But that was the humans' land. They had gained that land in exchange for promising they wouldn't trespass upon any others. And so the golden deers kept their pride to the bitter end. They were all captured, with their backs to the stream.
バカな鹿どもじゃこいつら沢を越えられるぞ
Stupid deer, they can't even cross a stream.
わしらが踏み入れるのをいいことに、お山でぬくぬくしておった報いじゃな。
This is what they get for thinking we'd never tread on their mountain.
一網打尽じゃぞ
We caught them all! The deer's legs were bound, and the humans carried them upside down on long poles. It was a disgraceful end to the sacred deer who had lived there since the ages of the gods. That's so sad.
これだけいれば
Wait,
わ
is the
しら
girl
は
called
みんな
Deers? Is that the
大
Deer
金持ちじ
Sisters
ゃ
reborn as high school girls? We'll be rich as kings with this many of them.
メスの毛並みもなかなかではないか。毛皮に傷をつけぬように気をつけるのじゃぞ。
These does sure have a lot of fur, huh? Be careful not to damage it. The deers were hung in succession over skinning tables set up in the village. Monkey sound, why? Why did the deers make a monkey sound? Next, the villagers smashed them over the heads to kill them. They were no kinder to the fawns either. Even the newborns were slaughtered mercilessly. The monkey! No, not the monkey! Somebody please save the monkey. The families were forced to watch their own children murdered one after another as they waited for their own turn to come. It was said that the deer shed bitter tears, but no extant records speculate on their feelings. Well, yeah, they're deer.
我らはどうなっても構いませぬ。せめて子供らにはどうかお慈悲を。
We do not care what happens to us, but please at least spare the
お慈悲を
children.
賜まれれば、我が身はどうなろうと決してお恨み申しませぬ。
Show them mercy, and we shall hold no grudge for you, whatever you may do with our
どう
bodies.
かどうかお慈悲。
Please spare. Oh, no monkey that time. She says, ah, gaha gaha. That's what she said. Crunch, 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 crunch. They smashed their skulls in countless swings of their axes. These deer sure know how to howl. Come on, bring the next one here. I don't know. The Japanese are weird like that. Maybe they paid money for a stock noise pack and they just wanted to use it all. And the last one they had that they didn't use was monkey. And so now we have me and my monkey. Accursed man demons. We shall never forget this atrocity.
こいつらの肉、あれだけのご利益があるんじゃ。血にもあるんではないかの。
Their meat sure was nothing short of a miracle. What if their blood's the same? Drink the blood. Drink the blood. Drink the blood. Blood for the blood gods. Maybe we'll be blessed with a long life if we drink it. Yeah, sacrifice the babies and drink their blood. Blades were thrust into their defenseless bellies. Blood gushed out of those gaping wounds. The villagers lapped away and licked it up, staining their lips foul crimson.
まずい。こんなものにご利益があるとは思えぬわ。
It tastes disgusting. I can't see us getting blessed from this.
殺せ。
Die.
これ以上、我が身を恥ずかしめることは許さぬ。
I shall not permit any further humiliation.
早く肉をいぶしてまた食らいつきたいもんじゃ。
I just want to smoke the meat and eat that stuff again already.
あのビーム、思い出すだけでよだれがこぼれるわ。
My mouth is watering just thinking about that delicious flesh. The axe was raised and the moon was split.
姉上様、お先に。
Sister, I go first. The sounds of a skull shattering resounded, followed by the hiss of blood gushing.
あと一匹じゃ。
Just one more to go.
わしらのすぐ近くにこんなお宝がどっさり眠っとったなんてな。
Who would have guessed that there was this huge treasure trove just laying around next door? The final doe had been forced to see this all transpire. The whole clan had been captured. Family, young and old alike, had been slaughtered. Their fur was skinned, their flesh was carved up. The ecstasy of the man demons at these acts, their expressions something not of this world. And last but not least, the axe coming down on her own head. Her life was coming to an end, and all the while she witnessed her adorable siblings being skinned. She wept bitterly and unleashed one final scream.
人間ども、人にどもめ。
Contemptible humans, accursed man demons.
我こそは、我らこそは、この地のうぶすな神、六神彦の御事なり。
We are Rokugami no Hiko no Mikoto, the garden deity of this land.
この恨み、我らは永遠に忘れることはなし。必ずや天の罰を与えるであろう。
Our grudge shall fester until the end of time. Divine punishment will fall upon you.
我らの怒りに恐れおののくがいい。そして永遠に。
Tremble before our wrath and suffer.
やかましい鹿じゃ。
What a noisy deer. Somewhat unrelated, but RPG Maker VX Ace is free on Steam, similar to Lisa and Black Souls was made on. Okay. I like RPG Maker. Right after they shattered the final doe's skull, the villagers fell to the ground in shock. Something akin to black soot burst towards them out of the wound in the doe's head like a geyser and shot straight up into the sky. The surroundings were filled with the stench of like which none of them have smelled before. Even after it had covered the sky and blotted the moon, the smoke-like substance continued to gush forward. All of the villagers fell to their knees and trembled at the belated realization of their own sinful nature. This was wrath, Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto's divine punishment. Eventually, something like black feathers began to rain down on the village. Was it snow? No. It was pitch black soot, falling like large snowflakes. Once it started raining on them, the villagers panicked and fled into their own homes. They believed they would be cursed if it touched them. The village square was devoid of people. What remained were the gruesome corpses of deers hung over the bonfire. Their extracted entrails, pools of blood, skinned meat and fur. The snow of soot piled on top of them all. It continued jetting out of the doe's head with the same ferocity as before. Everyone must have hoped it was all a bad dream. They timidly poked their heads out the next morning to find the sky so clear it made the night's events seem like a fantasy. But no one was foolish enough to dismiss them as such. Not when the whole village was covered in a thick blanket of pitch black soot. It wasn't just the houses, the square, the fields were all the same. Everything in the village was coated in soot, as if it were a painting someone had spilled ink all over. Eventually, the winds blew it away, but the stains left behind by the soot's filth didn't fade. What in the world is this?
何かとてつもなく恐ろしいことが起こっている気がします。
I feel like something horrible beyond our wildest dreams is happening right now.
おーい、大変じゃ！見てくれ、金の毛皮が！
No, this is terrible. Look at the golden pelts. The villagers were screaming in the square. No matter how much they pounded the sooty pelts, they never regained their former luster. They hadn't been smeared black by the soot. In the course of a single night, the golden pelts had changed into ordinary city ones. To make things even stranger, the deer they'd left hanging over the fires had been reduced to nothing but bones. They had nothing. They had nothing. How could this happen? Their fur, their meat. It's all gone. It's a curse. This soot is cursed. No, it can't be. Look at the fields. Despite the long drought, a few crops had managed to grow. They'd been thriving strong just the day before, but now they'd lost all vitality, as if the soot had sucked the life out of them. And there was no guarantee the same wouldn't happen to the villagers. Gradually, they began to feel ill in various ways. Their breath grew short, and they developed headaches. Apparently, there were already those who had fevers, or who couldn't even stay on their feet. Lady Priestess, what is the meaning of this? This really is Lord Rokugami's curse, isn't it? What are we supposed to do?
ミコ様どうかお助けを
Lady Priestess, oh Lady Priestess, please help us.
私はまだ修行中の身ですゆえ何もわかりません
I'm still in training. I don't know
ですが
anything.
ババ様ならあるいは
Granny might.
この巣は人間の体も弱らせるみたいだ。特に体力のないお年寄りたちがやられてる。
This soot appears to be weakening the body. Elderly people in particular have it bad.
まさかババ様
No, Granny! Her fears proved to be right on the mark. The old lady, who had already been bedridden with a fever, is now at death's door. Her whole body was swelling, and her gums were bleeding. And though she had still been alive, she smelt like a rotten corpse.
ババ様ババ様
Granny, stay with me.
スズや
Suzu,
わしはもうダメじゃ
this is it for me.
だが教えてくれんかねゆうべから妙に騒がしい
But please tell me, there's been a ruckus since last night.
何か恐ろしいことが起きているのではないか
Something horrible is happening, isn't it?
ババ様実は
Granny, the truth is,
ババ様はなんと
did she say anything?
これは紛れもなく六神彦の命のたたりだと
There can be no further doubting it. This is the Rokogami Hiko no Mikoto's curse.
なんということじゃ
This can't be happening.
わしらはどうなるんじゃ死ぬんか村は滅ぶんか
What'll happen to us? Are we gonna die? Will our village be destroyed?
ババ様がおっしゃるには同じ呪いの伝承を西国で聞いたことがあるそうです
Granny told me she heard a legend about the same curse in the lands to the west.
神の住まう禁足地を犯した者たちの村に呪いのすすが降り積もると
Cursed soot rained on the village of those who trespassed in their god's sacred lands.
そのすすは大地を覆い土地を呪い大きな災いを招いて村を滅ぼすのだそうです
That soot cursed the earth it touched, bringing forth a great calamity which destroyed the village, so the legend says. They couldn't abandon their village and live on. This wasn't a problem that could just be solved simply by fleeing the cursed land. In this era, the death of a village meant the death of its inhabitants.
この村はどうなるんだどうすればいいんだ
What'll happen to the village? What should we do?
奥神様の呪いじゃもうこの村は終わりじゃ
It's the curse of Lord Rokugami. Our village is doomed.
みんな落ち着いて取り乱してもいいことなんてないよ
Calm yourselves. Panicking now will not solve anything. Continued panic ensues. Locomotion. The villagers were seized by fear and anxiety. Before long, they crowded around Suzunome.
巫女様巫女様どうかお助けを
Oh, Lady Priestess, please save us.
どうか秘術でこの村をお救いくださいませ
Yeah, let's take a moment to look at this glorious motherfucker. He's got the side chops and everything. He's styling. Oh, no, wait, I can't. Wait, just give me a second. Wait, no, not there. Oh, look, it's me. I'm him. Okay, never mind. Give me a second. Piens, go back to where you were. Okay, good boys. I'm done showing you his glorious face. Please save the village with your powers.
そんな私にはそんな秘術はとても
I can't. I don't have that sort of power.
博識なババ様ならきっと村を救う秘術もご存知のはず
The old woman was wise. She should know a way to save the village.
村のためにどうかよろしくお頼み申し上げます
She's dying. She's actively corpse mode right now. We must plead with her to deliver us from this curse. What is she gonna do? Put that stank on it? She's like a bloated corpse. It wasn't even noon. And yet, the old woman's face had aged 10 years since that morning. Mutsu could see the mark of death on her. She didn't have long. She was already in bad shape to begin with, but the cursed soot had only accentuated it.
Papa-sama.
Granny. Suzu?
何を聞きたいか分かっておるぞえ。
I know what you would ask of me.
お頼み申す。どうか村を救ってくだされ。この通り。
We implore you, please save our village. I beg you.
身から出たサビじゃ。神を恐れぬ愚か者どもめ。
You're getting what you deserve for defying a god, you pack of fools. She barely had the strength to cough. Perhaps she understood she had limited breath left to spare.
呪い封じの秘術があるにはある。
There is a ritual that can seal the curse.
本当ですか?
Truly?
邪法じゃ。
It's a black art.
すすの呪いを制すには劣らぬほどに呪われし邪法がいる。
A ritual most contemptible to control the soot.
じゃあ法とは
What do you mean by black art? He's winking. He's so kawaii. His kawaii. You want to see his kawaii little wink? Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. He's so kawaii. He's so cute. Okay, put you back. You keep going for lots of rides today, Pian. Whee!
すずや、わしの荷物から本を。
Suzu, get the tome from my bag.
パパ様、まさかあの本ですか?
Granny, you don't mean that tome, do you? Of course she does. Of course she does. It was a dreadful tome containing the black arts. But no matter how dark the magic, it could sometimes be used for good. However, it was a spell that could not be used arbitrarily.
呪いのすすを生贄の身に封じ続けるという呪われた邪法じゃ。
It's a cursed black art to seal the soot into a living host, a sacrifice.
村をすすの呪いから救うには永遠に封じ続ける他はない。
In order to save the village from the cursed soot, it must be sealed away for eternity.
神の怒りの代償としてこの村の者たちは永遠に邪法を受け継ぎ続けるのじゃ。
In exchange for invoking divine wrath, the people of this village must pass down this blight until the end of time.
村が滅ばずともあんたらのその苦しみは少しは六神様を慰めるじゃろうって。
Though the village will be spared, Lord Rokugami shall find some solace in your suffering.
覚悟の上です。
We are prepared.
そして神を恐れぬ愚か者たちがどのような災いを被ったか子々孫々まで永劫に伝え続けるのじゃ。
And you fools who failed to fear your god must forever pass down the legend of the calamity that befell your village to your descendants.
伝えます、伝えます。ですから、どうかお助けを。
We swear we shall, So please save us. Then why did they edit it? Is it just like the Bible? They'll share the information, but they'll change it just a little bit to make them look like the good guy. Can you read?
読めますとも。村で字が読めるのはわしだけです。
Yes, I'm the only one in the village who can.
すすだきの秘術が記されておる。読み、理解し、あんたが執り行うのじゃ。
The ritual is here. Read it and understand it well. Only then may you perform it. The old woman tore out a page from the tome of black arts and gave it to the mayor. She then handed the tome to Suzunome and ordered her to burn it. Finally, she whispered to Suzunome's ear. Listen well, Suzu. Gather your things, and before the sun sets...
Baba-sama! Baba-sama!
Granny! Granny!
喉を詰まらせたんだ。
She's choking. Holy shit. She went... Her face grew more purple. And then, as suddenly as the puppet with the strings getting cut, she went limp.
Baba-sama! Baba-sama!
Granny? Granny!
しっかりしっかり
Hang in there, stay strong! Mutsu desperately hit her on the back, but it was too late. Why are you beating this corpse? She'd been trying to tell Suzunome something in secret, but had failed to finish. The mayor glanced at Suzunome's weeping into her deep-departed mentor's chest, and then turned his attention to the spell page.
これが呪いのすすを封じ込める。じゃあ。
This is the ritual that will seal the soot. He's so silly looking. Maybe I'll make this smaller. It's taking up a lot of room. Bloop. Yeah. We'll put you in the corner. Wee! Going for another ride. Wee! The villagers were surrounding the hut, their faces painted with fear. Once Mutsu and the mayor exited, they crowded around and clung desperately to them. The mayor raised his hand with a grim expression and urged them to quiet down. Once he was sure he had gotten everyone's attention, he opened his mouth.
村を救う秘術を巫女様より賜ったぞ。
The priestess has given us a way to save the village. Those words stirred up the villagers, but the mayor quickly silenced them.
村尾さん。
Oh, Pupe, welcome.
それはどのような
Thank you. How do we do that, sir?
生贄を一人選び出さねばならぬ。
We must select a living sacrifice. Another commotion amongst the villagers.
静まれ!
Order!
生贄は誰でも良いわけではない。若者から選ばねばならぬ。
The sacrifice cannot just be anyone, they must be young. The village youth were most productive workers, and therefore their families breadwinners. Even if they weren't, no family would willingly offer up one of their own.
この儀式は明日の朝には行わねばならぬのじゃ。
This ritual must be performed tomorrow morning.
そう急に生贄を決めねばならぬ。
So we need to decide quickly.
生贄はどうなるんじゃ。
What will happen to the sacrifice?
命を奪うわけではない。
They will not die.
呪いのすすのすべてをその身に封じ込めるのじゃ。
They will receive the cursed soot into their body and seal it away. The village could be saved in exchange for making the sacrifice. Carry the full weight of the cursed soot. But this ritual would not eradicate the soot. No, it would need to be sealed by a sacrifice for eternity.
生贄になったものはどうなるんですか?
And what will happen to the sacrifice?
神の呪いを一身に受けるのじゃ。楽なことではあるまい。
The divine punishment is theirs alone. It will not be easy.
ここには、すすを封じた生贄は長くは生きられず、やがて衰弱して死ぬとある。
It is said the sacrifice is fated to live a short life. They will eventually waste away and die.
でも、生贄が死んだら封じ込めた呪いのすすは。
Then what will happen to the soot after the sacrifice dies?
生贄が死ねば、封じたすすは再び解き放たれ、村を覆ってしまう。
When they die, the seal is broken and the soot will cover the village once again.
だから生贄は死ぬ前にこうなさねばならぬのじゃ。
And this is why the sacrifice must have a child before they pass away. Why is that?
さすれば、生まれ来る赤子に再び呪いのすすは封じ込められると。
It is written that the soot will pass on to the child at birth.
そして、その赤子もやはり若くして死ぬ。
And that child will also be doomed to a short life.
死ぬ前にまた子をなし、次なる赤子に受け継がせることで
And
呪い
so...
のすすを封じ続ける。
Shut up. And so they too must have a child to pass the soot on to in order to keep the soot sealed. That's horrible. Ooh, no, we have to make babies. Ooh. Work is almost over. Blasted out a megaphone or some shit, like Alex Jones screaming in that car in that one movie.
皆の者よ、これだけがこの村を神の呪いから救う唯一の方法じゃ。
Lend me your ears. This is the only way to save the village from this curse.
子々孫々まで永遠に我らはこの秘術を繰り返し続けねばならぬ。
We and our descendants must continue this ritual for all eternity. The villagers burst into an uproar. Sacrificing someone was by all means better than letting the village be destroyed. But who would it be? If it could be anyone, one of the elderly without much longer to live would have likely stepped forward. But it had to be someone young, someone who could have a child. Of course, one of the sickly people couldn't bear the curse. It had to be someone healthy. The villagers all fell silent. No family could afford to offer up one of their young. Even if they could, no one would volunteer to bear such a vile curse. But they had to make a decision, and by the next morning no less. As the mayors had said, they had to hold a ritual to seal the soot away by then. The necessary preparations for that were all written down on the spell's page.
みんな、村を覆ったすすをかき集めるのじゃ。
We have a chance to wipe away all the soot that covers our village.
各家の長たちはわしの家へ集まっておくれ。
The heads of each family are to gather at my house.
生贄を決めねばならぬ。
We must choose a sacrifice. It's way different than the other chapters. What the fuck? Cursed soot?
それでこの土地の名前がススダになったのよ。
And that's how this land got the name of Susura, Field of Soot.
さっき鹿は神聖視されているからお年寄りは鹿の肉を食べないって言ったわよね。
Remember how I told you the elderly people refuse to eat venison because they view deer as sacred?
本当は神聖視じゃなかったの。呪いに怯えていたのよ。
The truth is, it isn't because they're view them as sacred at all. They're just
鹿の
afraid.
肉を食べたら呪われてしまうかもしれないってね。
They're worried they'll be cursed if they eat the deer meat.
それが長い年月の中で改ざんされていって、
This whole legend has been altered over the course of
すすだの
centuries.
地名からもすすが消え、今日のすすだになった。
They erased the soot from the name of the land and changed its kanji to reflect that.
呪い元神社の名も祝い元神社に名を変え、
And then they changed the name of the shrine from Noroimoto to IwaiMoto.
過去を語り継ぐ伝承さえも書き換えてしまったのよ。
Even the town's history was rewritten.
で
But
もどんなに過去を隠そうとしても
no matter how much they cover up the past,
神の怒りは永遠。
a god's wrath is eternal.
邪法によって封じた呪いのすすが消え去ることはないの。
They couldn't completely rid the village of soot.
まさかその呪いのすすが現代にも。
So, does that mean the soot is still here in the present?
そういうこ
Exactly.
と。それを受け継ぐ末裔の一人が私なの。
And I am one of their inheritors. What?
本家じゃないけれどね。いわば分家。
Though I'm not a part of the main family, I'm a so-called branch family.
本家に比べれば私の受けてる呪いなんて可愛いものよ。
The soot I've inherited is nothing compared to the main families. For some reason, I thought I knew exactly who she meant when she mentioned the main family. Noroimoto's shrine eventually became Iwaimoto's shrine. And the ones who ran it were the Kurokamis.
じゃあ黒髪さんは
Then Kurokami is...
そう。トイちゃんは1000年前の六神彦の御の呪いを現代に受け継ぐ呪われし生贄。
That's right. Toei is the current sacrifice, the inheritor of Rokugami Miko no Mikoto's curse from 1,000 years ago.
トイちゃんが本家で私が分家。つまり私たちはものすごく遠縁の親戚に当たるというわけね。
Toei is from the main family, while I'm from a branch family. That makes us very distant relatives. Is that why she wants to fuck me so bad? She needs to have a baby too?
だから
Is that why they all want to fuck me? So they don't destroy the city? So I know.
彼女が六神彦の御の呪いでどれだけ苦しんでいるかわかる？
I know just how much she's suffering from Roku Mihiko's no Mikoto's curse. That's such a tongue twister. Okay, we're gonna have karaoke with our Dom Daddy. Let's go. Booming music, out of sync singing, microphone feedback, bursts of flashing lights. That large room in that karaoke club was full of audacious enthusiasm. The 10 members of Sho Kamanuma's delinquent group were clamoring about. Platters of fried chicken, mountains of french fries, and cups of overflowing drinks were lined up all across the table. It was too much for even 10 people. Not to mention too extravagant for students who should have had very little in the ways of income. Hey Sho, can I get another ginger ale?
俺コーラにフランクフルト、あと漬物とか頼んじゃっていいっすか？
Whoa, and I'd like a hot dog and a Coke. Right, can I get some pickles too?
なんだよ漬物って、お前しびーな。
Pickles? Seriously? What do you think this is, a drive-thru?
おめえらも何でも好きなもん頼めや。金ならいくらでもあんだからや。
Order anything you like, guys. I got all the money in the
もっ
world.
と激しいのじゃんじゃん歌え。曲切らすんじゃねえぞ。
Just keep the singing going. I don't want to hear a single song get to the end.
俺はよ、このイカれた大騒ぎが大好きなんだよ。あの曲が切れた時の沈黙が耐えらんねえんだよ。
I gotta have a non-stop party. I ain't got no time for silence. You got it as long as you keep paying, Sho. Sho always had $10,000 bills in his 10,000 yen bills in his wallet. From time to time, he'd use that vast amount of money to treat his followers to parties at the karaoke club. But in actuality, Sho rarely sang. He would always bury the table with more food than he could eat and let his lackeys go to town. To him, sitting back on the furthest sofa and looking out onto it all, with the presence of a boss, was the greatest ego trip there was. Crouching low at Sho's feet was none other than Toei. Ew, I hope she's not sucking his toes again. I fucking hated that. Please no. No doubt she was going along with his sick tastes again. She licked his... No! Why does he do that? I'm sorry for screaming. I hate him so much. She licked his bare toes with her slender tongue. I swear, man, you got some wild fetishes. We're gonna get married as soon as we graduate. I'm a gentleman, you know. Damn straight I'm gonna protect my bride-to-be's chastity until then. Man, I'm so jealous you have a fiance. How the hell did you snag one of those this early? Huh? You don't know? It was love at first sight. This chick went head over heels for me. It all started when my old man got a call from the Kurokamis out of the blue. They said their daughter had fallen for me the second she saw me and wanted to arrange a marriage. Ain't that right? You fell for me at first sight, didn't you?
Hi, Sho-sama.
Sir Sho, yeah. Damn, man, I didn't think shit like that was for real. Honestly, I felt like I was the hottest shit in the world when I met her. I mean, the Kurokamis are the richest people here, yeah? Yeah, my dad's a realtor and he don't hold a candle to the Kurokamis. I heard you can't do business around these parts without their say-so. I know, right? So you bet their sweet ass I got excited when I heard the daughter of those fucking bigwigs fell for me. But then I met her and learned just what a fucking nutcase she was. We humbly ask that you please consider our proposal to Master Sho Kaminuma. My folks were at a total loss for words. Same one for me. Who wouldn't be? With these people asking me to marry their daughter? It's a flashback to when their arranged marriage was going through. Well, that's what you get for leaving. Luckily, YouTube lets you go back, though. Twitch fucking sucked. It didn't let you backtrack, so if you want to go back, that's fine. I'm trying not to have too much commentary and just do a read-along. Okay, goodbye! The truth of the matter is that my daughter is suffering from a genetic illness, and she doesn't have long to live. Neither her or her grandmother made it past 30.
あと10年ほどしか生きられないでしょう。
Toei only has another 10 or so years to live. When I heard that, my first thought was, give me a break, man. That's some shit out of a crappy TV show. Basically, their daughter wouldn't last long, so they wanted me to marry her before she kicked the bucket, cause she'd fallen for me at first sight. I got the picture. Sounds like an interesting story, yeah? But in reality, it felt like a total pain in the ass. The Kurakamis were way too formal for my taste. I love my freedom, and I'd be damned if I were to be tied down. That's the kind of guy I am. Y'all know that, yeah? So I told Toei's old man how it was. I don't get what your deal is, but it sounds like a real pain, so I'll pass. Oh, but I ain't dumb. I worded it way nicer than that. But even then, he wouldn't give up. He said if I got engaged to his daughter, there'd be bucket loads of money in it for me. I'm talking hundreds of millions of yen here. My folks and I could not believe it.
もちろん、翔殿の大切な人生をお借りするのです。これくらいは当然と思っております。
We will be having Master Show's precious life on loan, of course, so this much money is only natural.
トエが亡くなるまでの間、一切の金銭的なご迷惑はおかけいたしません。
Until Toei passes away, you will want for nothing. He brought out a big-ass attaché case stuffed with bills. My folks looked like they were about to pass out any second. I couldn't even think straight. The power of money is some real shit. The girl I'd written off as some whack job suddenly looked like the prettiest girl in the world at that moment. She'd be a fine piece of ass as long as she kept her mouth shut. On top of that, I only had to put up with her for a few more years till she bit it. All that money would be mine, and all that I had to do was play along with this guy's bizarre engagement game. At that point, my mind was completely made up.
もしご承諾いただけるのでしたら、当方からお願いしたいことがございます。
Should you choose to accept our proposal, we have a request we'd like to make of you.
婚礼の件です。高校を卒業と同時に直ちに婚礼を挙げていただきたく存じます。
It concerns the wedding. We'd like for you to get married as soon as you graduate high school.
そして生まれた最初の子を当家の養子にいただきたいのです。
Furthermore, we would like to take your first child and raise it ourselves. It all clicked together at that point. So what the Kurokamis really wanted was a successor. Their daughter would die without having a kid if she kept on sitting on her ass all around. Their daughter would die without having a kid if she kept sitting on her ass around. Kept sitting her ass around. What the hell does that mean? And they couldn't let that happen. So they decided to capitalize on her love at first sight and came up with this mess up proposal.
で、俺は速攻 OK したってことよ。
And so, as I said yes on the spot,
こいつは何が何でも後継ぎを産まなきゃならねえんだ。
they
俺
need
には
her.
逆らえない。
They need her to have a successor no matter what it takes. I can't say no to that.
俺は使い切れねえ小遣いで遊びまくり。
In exchange, I get this unlimited allowance to play around with. This guy's winning! Ah! Ah! He's getting paid to breed with her?
んで卒業したら、こいつの結婚ごっこに付き合ってよ。ガキができるまでやりまくりよ。
And once we graduate, it's off to playing a husband with this chick. Then I get to have all the fun I want with her until I knock her up.
何しろガキは向こうが引き取るってんだ。俺には何の後腐れもねえ。
And the best part is that old man's gonna adopt the brat, so I ain't even gotta do fuck all for it.
すっげえ話っすね。
Holy shit, that's a hell of a story, man.
一目惚れ万々歳だぜ。イケ
Three
てる面に生まれ
cheers
てき
for
たこ
love at first
と
sight.
親に感謝しねえといけねえな。
I gotta thank my folks for giving me my sexy face.
なあ、トエ。お前、俺のことが好きで好きで仕方ねえんだよな。
Ain't that right, Toei? You love me so much you can't even take it, right?
はい。
Yeah.
初めて翔様をお見かけした時からトエは翔様の虜です。
My heart has been yours ever since I first laid eyes on you.
マジでイケメンはつれえわ。
Seriously. Man, it sure ought to be tough. I mean, it's sure tough to be hot. Dyslexia. Sho jeered as he hawked up some spit. Ew, he's gonna spit in her mouth again, please. Lick it up. No, she's gotta lick it up.
一目惚れしたショー様の唾だぞ。ありがたく舐められるよな。
That's the spit of your beloved That's the spit of your beloved Sir Show, you know. Ain't you grateful to get a taste of it? I mean, girl, you just had his toes in your mouth. A little bit of spit's not gonna fucking kill you. Toei nodded and crouched before Sho's spit and licked it off of the floor with her tiny tongue.
Disgusting.
It tastes great, don't it?
はい。
Yes.
翔様の唾美味しいです。
Your spit is delicious. Fucking guys. He's so diabolical. Sho cackled and basked in self-satisfaction. His followers gulped at this perverted scene. What the fuck? Don't stop the music. Yes, sorry. Hey, get the remote. Hell yeah. Great timing. It should have been me. You want to lick his spit? You. I didn't know you were a fag. What the hell? His followers hastily resumed the party. You want to lick his spit so much, don't you? Neener, neener. Sho clicked his tongue as he watched Toei continue to lick the floor. You ain't no human. You're just a fucking dog. He kicked Toei with his heel. The Japanese doll she was always carrying fell out onto the floor at that moment. She frantically picked it up. Her father had made one other request to show that he couldn't comprehend for the life of him. He'd asked for him to overlook the doll she's always carried and not to ask any questions about it. Fucking hell, you're gonna make me jealous of that goddamn doll. Sick. He's jealous. I'm jealous. She should be licking my spit off of the floor. The curse that takes away one's human spiritual protection. All humans have spiritual defenses, albeit differing degrees. Do you have any idea what would happen if they were to lose those defenses?
霊に襲われやすくなるとか。
They'd become easy targets for spirits?
そういうことね。私はそれを霊による障害、霊障と呼んでいるわ。
That's right, they invite meddling spirits, or as I like to call them, hauntings. Spirits are akin to bacteria drifting in the air. They're invisible, inaudible, and ineffective against a sound body. But the body is unable to fight them off when it's tired or sick. You know, sometimes you might catch a cold that otherwise would have been no cause for concern. Hauntings are just the same. They strike you when you grow emotionally unstable or weak. When all that adds up, your spiritual defense is lower, making you easy fodder for spiritual meddling. Have you ever had daydreams when you were tired or spacing out? Some of those were the result of spirits messing with you. For people of sound mind, though, that's all they are, daydreams. But when your spiritual defenses are low, they can turn into nightmares, inviting temptations from spirits. You've heard stories every year about kids who can't get used to a new environment and just jump right into trains, haven't you? Amongst them are unfortunate victims who are tempted by hauntings.
私もすすを封じ込めた生贄の末裔だから、この体には呪いのすすが含まれてる。
I'm a descendant of the original sacrifices to the soot, so I have some soot in me as well.
もちろん、トエちゃんに比べればわずかなものだけど。
It's faint compared to the amount Toei has, of course.
一般の人たちとは比べ物にならないほどの霊障を受けるの。
But I still get hauntings far worse than the average person.
霊障を特に受けやすい思春期にはとても苦労があったわ。
I got the worst of them back in my adolescence. It was painful, to say the least. Hauntings appear most frequently in adolescence, the most emotionally volatile period of most people's lives. Even those with normal spiritual defenses are easily prone to the hauntings then. Many people with fascinations towards the occult in adolescence got their start from the sense of mystique they had for their own haunting.
霊障というのはどんなものなんですか?
Hinagata is a fucking baddie. How exactly do you define haunting?
一言で言ってしまえば、何の予告もなく突然始まる悪夢のような白昼夢ね。
To put it simply, it's a nightmarish daydream that comes completely out of nowhere.
我に返れば、それが白昼夢だったと気づけるのだけれど。
My elbows. Sorry. Once you come to your senses, it's easy to realize you were just hallucinating.
たちの悪いことは、
But
ほとんどの場合、いつから悪夢が始まっていたのか全くわからない。
the really nasty part is that you can't even tell when the nightmare started in most cases. As for recent hauntings, right? Take Susuda Station. It's not a big station, yet it's been known as a suicide hotspot, right? The spirits there must have called out to them. On that day, I was waiting for the train. Then all of a sudden, I heard an office worker talking on the phone or something nearby. I was bored and had nothing better to do, so I listened in. What I heard was disturbing. She was talking about how it was okay to just jump onto the tracks and reset everything if you felt at the end of your rope. But disturbing as it was, the more I listened, the more fascinating I found it. Then suddenly I'd realized that it was almost as though she were talking to me instead. Next I saw a blue sky under the train platform. There was a lush field at the bottom of it. At that moment I remember thinking how wonderful it would feel if I were to just get sucked right into it.
その時、たまたま誰かに肩をぶつけられ、我に返ったの。
Right then, someone happened to bump into me, bringing me back to
我に
reality.
返って初めて、直前までのそれらが霊障による白昼夢であると気づくのよ。
And once I came to my senses, I finally realized everything that just happened was all a daydream caused by a haunting.
もし肩をぶつけられていなかったら
Then, if that person hadn't bumped into you,
考えるのも恐ろしいわね。
just thinking about it gives me the chills.
実際、過去には霊障に惑わされて、赤信号の横断歩道に飛び出して、スクーターに接触したこともあるわ。
There was this one time where I got hit by a moped because a haunting tricked me into running out onto the street during a red light.
あれがもし大型トラックだったら、私はここにいないでしょうね。
If that had been a truck, then I probably wouldn't be here right now.
死に引きずり込んでくるような霊障は 幸いにも稀よ。
Fortunately, life-threatening hauntings are rare.
ほとんどの霊障は単に不気味だったりグロテスクだったりで不快なだけ。
Most hauntings are just creepy, grotesque, or unpleasant.
まあその不快なだけというのでも十分に応えるんだけれどね。
Though dealing with those isn't exactly easy either. Even if a sound person only had a nightmare once in a while, they would still wake to find themselves drained of both strength and spirit. So it wouldn't be hard to imagine how tiring it would be to go through that sort of thing on a daily basis.
成人すれば次第に収まっていくけれどね。とにかく思春期が一番辛いのよ。
They do gradually weaken the older you get anyway. Adolescence is the hardest period of
彼女
life.
たちが傍目にはぼんやりしているだけにしか見えなくても私には分かったの。
Though it may look like those girls are spacing out on the outside, I know the truth.
霊障に苦しむ私と同じ呪いのすすを封じた生贄の末裔だとね。
And just like me, they're descendants of the sacrifice and suffer from hauntings.
先生の他にも生贄の末裔がいるんですね。
Are you saying there are other descendants of the sacrifice apart from you? Oh.
まさか。
No, you don't mean.
消失した古文書の写しによるとね。
According to a copy of the ancient documents long since lost to fire,
昔生贄に呪いの負担がかかりすぎて子を産む前に死んでしまいそうになったんですって。
there was once a sacrifice whose burden was so great, it appears as soon as she would die before she gave birth to her child.
その時秘術によって生贄のすすを5つ子に分けたと伝えられるの。
It's said that then a spell was used to spread sacrifice's soot between quintuplets.
そのうちの一人の末裔が黒髪さんで、一人が先生で。
The descendant of one of them is Kurokami, and you're a descendant of another one, and
残りの3人の末裔が誰かもう想像がついてるわね。
I think you can piece together who the other three are.
じゃあ、シャチホコ部というのは。
So then, the Alciasi is actually
5人の末裔が同じ学校にいるなんてこれはある種の奇跡だわ。
It's quite a miracle, isn't it? How the descendants of quintuplets are all in the same school.
私はシャチホコ部を作り彼女たちを集めたの。
I created the LCSC and gathered those four
少し
together.
でも霊障を和らげてあげることができないかって思ってね。
I was hoping I could do something to ease their hauntings, no matter how little. Kiko, Minobe, and Lydia. They were all descendants of the original sacrifice to the cursed soot. And Miss Hinagata ran the infirmary. She must have realized some of the students she treated were suffering from hauntings. It was really quite a miracle.
じゃあ、キコちゃんも霊障を。
Then Kiko suffered from those hauntings too?
当時は貧血と白チュームに悩まされると言ってちょくちょく保健室を訪れていたわ。
She used to frequent the infirmary a while back, complained about suffering the anemia and bad
美
daydreams.
濃さんも布川さんもわけのわからない白チュームで辛い。これは何かの病気なのかと言ってね。
The same happened with Minobe and Nunokawa. They were struggling with these inexplicable daydreams and wondered if it was some kind of illness.
でも今は少なくとも3人についてはだいぶ霊障も和らいだと思うわ。
But I think their hauntings have abated substantially since these days, well, with those three anyway.
霊障は抑える方法があるんですか？
Is there a way to reduce the hauntings?
あるわ。一番効果的なのは徳を得ること。
Yes, the most effective way is to earn goodwill. The LCSC performed community service, and by contributing to society, you receive thanks from others.
良い行いや人々の尊敬や感謝を得ると人は幾ばくかの霊的防御力を得られるの。
People can obtain spiritual defenses by gaining respect and gratitude from oths
日
via
頃
good
の行いっ
deeds.
て言い方があるでしょ。
Have you heard the expression, a good deed is never lost?
良い行いをする人は運気に恵まれ、悪い行いをする人は運気を失う。
Those who do good deeds are blessed with good fortune, while karma catches up to those who commit bad
つまり
deeds.
大昔の人は良い行いが霊的な力を宿すと知っていたんですね。
So what you're saying is that people long ago knew that spiritual power resided within good deeds?
そういうこと。つまり、霊障には社会奉仕活動が一番効果的というわけ。
Bingo! In other words, community service is the most effective defense against hauntings. And with that, I understood why the LCSC existed. But wait, what did that mean for Natsu and me? Kiko and I were related, though distantly. Did that mean I had the curse set in my body too?
それはないわ。呪いのすすは最初の子供に全て引き継がれるの。
No, the soot is only inherited by the firstborn child.
だから、すすはらくんには呪いは引き継がれていないわ。
So you haven't inherited the curse?
もちろん、ゼロというわけではないだろうけれど、それでも微量の問題ない量だと思うわ。
That's not to say you don't have any of it, but I think it'd be so minuscule that you wouldn't cause any problems.
ではどうして僕と夏くんを？
Then why recruit Natsu and me?
私が霊障に苛まれていた時、すすはらくんとあつたくんの二人がやってきたら、霊障が晴れたの。
I was suffering from a haunting one day when you and Atsuta came to the infirmary. Right after that, it went away.
そんな経験は初めてだったわ。私はあなたたち二人のどちらかに不思議な力があるのではないかと思ったの。
Something like that had never happened before, so I figured the two of you must have some sort of mysterious power.
そしておそらくその力はあなたにあったよね。
And I think it's you.
あなたが修行しているという神前武術、それのおかげでしょうね。
It must be thanks to the divine tribute style you train in. The divine tribute style was a sacred thing dedicated to God. According to Miss Hinagata, that which was spiritually pure held power to ease
すす
hauntings.
はらくんには霊障を和らげる力を、そしてあつたくんには賑やかにしてみんなを明るくする力が。
You have the power to relieve hauntings, while Atsuta's enthusiasm cheers everyone up.
あなたたち二人のおかげでみんなは健やかに学校生活を送ることができるのよ。
It's thanks to you two that those girls are able to live healthy
あ
school
なたたちが
lives.
来てから体調はどうかとみんなに尋ねたわ。
After you two arrived, I inquired about their health.
そしたら効果はてきめん。
The effects kicked in right away.
すすはらくんがやってきてから気持ちの悪い白昼夢を見る数が減った気がすると3人からそれぞれ返事があったわ。
All three of them said they were having fewer bad daydreams since you showed up.
それが僕がシャチホコ部に招かれた理由だったんですか？
So that's why you invited me to join the LCSC?
信じてくれる？こんな突拍子もない話。
Do you believe this crazy story?
疑いなんかしないです。
I believe you.
僕は理由もわからず今日までずっと修行を続けてきました。
All my life, I kept training without knowing what it was for.
それがみんなの役に立てると分かったんだからなんだか嬉しいです。
Now that I know how it's helping everyone, I'm happy I did it.
信じてもらえてよかったわ。
Thank you for believing in me.
先生がおかしなことを言い出した。 PTA で大騒ぎ、学校追放なんてならないか心配だったのよ。
Help! Miss Hinagata's talking crazy, and then the PTA goes nuts, and then I'm fired on the spot. I was worried that's how it was gonna go like.
話してくださってありがとうございます。
Thank you for telling me all of this.
僕でお役に立てることがあるなら何でも協力したいです。
If you think I can be of assistance, I'll do whatever I can to
あ
help.
りがとう、すすはらくん。
Thank you, Susuhara.
あなたが来てからみんなの霊障はかなり収まってるけど、
Everyone's hauntings have subsided significantly since you arrived.
たまに発作的に大きな霊障にやられてしまう時もあると思うの。
However, I think there's still times where they're struck by particularly nasty
そ
ones.
んな時助けてあげてほしいの。
When that happens, I'd like for you to help them.
あなたが近くにいてくれるだけで 霊障は霞のように散ってしまうのだから。
After all, whenever you're near, the hauntings just fade away.
お安いご用です。いつでも呼んでください。
No problem, call me
僕も
anytime.
もっと修行に励まなくちゃ。
In the meantime, I'll have to train harder.
そうすることで救ってあげられる人たちがいるんだから。
Especially now that I have people I'm fighting for. That's right. I had to save them, no matter what.
なら
In this case,
僕には黒髪さんも救ってあげられるでしょうか。
can I save Kurokami too?
だといいのだけれど。
I sure hope so.
トエちゃんは最も濃く呪いの思想を受け継ぐ生贄の末裔の本家。
But Toei is from the main family. She inherited the greatest amount of the curse by far.
きっとシャチホコ部で彼女の霊障も少しは和らいでると思うけれど。
I'm sure being in the LCSC helps out with her hauntings a little, but...
彼女はほとんどいつも心ここにあらずという感じです。
Most times when I see her, it feels like she's there in body but not in
あれ
spirit.
は霊障なんですよね。
It's because of those hauntings, isn't
そう
it?
よ。
Yeah.
昔はあれほどじゃなかったそうね。
I hear it didn't used to be that way.
小学校の高学年になったくらいから
They
身分
say
が悪化したんですって。
they say she started getting worse in her later years of grade school. How awful. So she spent nearly an entire day trapped in haunting so bad she could barely hold a proper conversation? That was her day-to-day life?
先生、彼女がいつも抱いているあの人形は何ですか？
Oh, Slayer! I haven't been looking. Welcome, Slayer. Miss Hinagata, what's the doll she's always carrying?
今となっては何か大切な意味があるように思います。
After everything I've heard, I'm thinking it must hold some special significance.
1000年前から現代に受け継がれた唯一の秘術。
It's a secret technique that's been passed down for the last 1,000 years.
人形は古来から人間の不幸の身代わりとされてきたわ。
It's been told for centuries that dolls can accept people's misfortune in their place.
言うなれば不幸を吸い取ってくれる脱脂麺みたいなものね。
In other words, it's like their cotton that absorbs
だから
misfortune.
古い人形にはたくさんの不幸が染みついてる。
So older dolls are simply brimming with it.
人形供養というのはそういう人形に染みついた不幸を払うための儀式なのよ。
You know how they hold memorial services for dolls? It's a ritual to exorcise the misfortune stored up in the dolls like that.
つまり黒髪さんのあの人形は自分の霊障を和らげるための。
Then you mean that the doll Kurokami carries eases her haunting?
そう。学校の子たちには呪いの人形なんて言われて怖がられているけれど。
That's right. The students may think it's a
実際
creepy
は
cursed
逆。
doll.
彼女の呪い、霊障を和らげるための大切な人形なのよ。
But in fact, it's the opposite. It's there to mitigate her curse, her hauntings. It seemed it wasn't an ordinary Japanese doll. It was a special doll to ward off evil, made solely for Toei Kurokami. Sadly, they only knew how to make dolls to ease the hauntings of the Kurokami family's sacrifice. No one can make such a doll for Kiko and the others.
本来は一つの人形で7月が持つ強い霊力のある人形のはずなのよね。
Originally, a single doll had enough spiritual power to last 7 months.
トエちゃんの代になってから人形の消耗が早すぎるの。
But Toei's dolls waste away far too
機器
fast.
もかなり悪くなってる。これはいい傾向ではないわ。
Their effects have also gotten a lot weaker. Things aren't looking up.
この人形供養殿に供養されている人形。
So wait, all the dolls here in the memorial hall?
まさか
Could they be... I took another look at all the countless dolls lining the hall. They were all the same size, bore the same presence, and their long black hair reminded me of Kurokami's. People said Iwaimoto Shrine has become a doll memorial shrine, but in reality,
この人形供養殿は本来は一般の人の人形を供養するためのものじゃないの。
that's right. This hall isn't for the dolls of ordinary people.
黒髪家の生贄たちを慰めてきた人形がここで供養されているのよ。
It was made to inter the dolls that ease the suffering of the Kurokami's family's sacrifices.
これが全部
You mean all of them?
一般から受け付けた人形供養はお焚き上げするからここには置かれない。
The dolls they receive from ordinary people are cremated, so they're not interred here.
ここに現存するものはすべて黒髪家の生贄が使った人形たちなの。
Every last doll you see here was used by a sacrifice of the Kurokami family. There were way too many of them even to begin counting. Most of them were brand new. They must have been the ones Kurokami had used. All of them were a testament to how long she'd been suffering. Now that I thought about it, she'd been on my mind from the moment I first laid eyes on her. I knew it sounded arrogant, but I felt like it was my destiny to do something about this. I wanted to save her. I finally understood what my heart had been telling me ever since I'd first saw her.
先生が僕に何を話したかったのか理解しました。
I understand what you wanted to tell me.
僕にできることがあれば何でも協力させてください。
If there's anything I can do, please let me help. Susuhara. Thank you. Once she realized the nightmares that had been plaguing her were in fact hauntings, Miss Hinagata had got started researching them. In doing so, she traced their source back to the curse that the Susuda had passed down for the last thousands of years. What she wanted was simple: to save the descendants of the original sacrifice, who are all still suffering from the cursed stood. To break the chains of the curse that had persisted for a millennium, and to save them. And through the LCSC, she had finally found a way to alleviate all the hauntings. But that wasn't enough. It was at the point she met me.
ススハラ君さえよければぜひ一度ススハラ君のお父さんと話をさせてほしいの。
If you don't mind, I'd like to speak to your father.
ススハラ流親善武術、それにどうして霊障を抑える力が宿るのか。
What is the Susuhara divine tribute style, and why does it possess such a power?
そのメカニズムが解明できれば生贄の末裔たちを救うことができるかもしれない。
If I can ascertain how it works, I may discover a way to save the descendants of the sacrifice.
黒髪さんを救う手がかりが見つかるかもしれない。
Perhaps we'll find a clue to saving Kurokami.
そうね。
You're right.
もし親善武術を学ぶことでその力を得られるのなら、
If I could ever obtain such a power by learning the divine tribute style.
私ススハラ流に入門、親善武術を極める、霊障克服のみならず親善武術部創設へ。
Join the Susuhara dojo, then master the divine tribute style, then hasta la vista hauntings, then establish the DTSC.
ススハラ君を部長に迎えちゃったりとかね。
I'll even make you club president. The Susuhara divine tribute style, traditional martial arts that had been passed down through my family for generations. I'd been training in it with my whole life, yet I never knew much about it. Perhaps now was the time I finally learned. And maybe, just maybe, I discover a hint towards saving Kurokami.
今日はありがとう。長々と突拍子もない話に付き合ってくれて、そして信じてくれて。
Thanks for today. You put up with such a long and crazy story and still believed me in the end.
いいえ、今は自分が役に立てることが分かって嬉しいくらいです。
It's nothing. I'm just glad to know that there's a way I can be of use.
そしてできることなら黒髪さんも救ってあげたい。
And even if there's the slightest chance I can save Kurokami, I want to take it.
その方法を私と一緒に探しましょう。
Then let's find out how we can do this together.
はい。
You got it.
社長コブには行ける限り参加しようと思います。
I'll participate in the LCSC as much as I can.
僕がいればみんなの霊障が抑えられるんですよね。
It'll soothe their hauntings while I'm there, right?
ええ。そして誰かがひどい霊障に倒れた時には呼ぶから駆けつけてほしいの。
Yes, I'll let you know if they get hit by a particularly nasty one. So I'll be counting on you there.
もちろんです。いつでも呼んでください。
Of course, I'll come running whenever you
黒
need
髪
me.
さんの様子もよく見ていてほしいの。
Also, I'd like you to keep an eye out on Toy.
あまりに体調が悪そうだったら私に伝えてね。
Let me know if it looks like she's having it really rough.
それから彼女の人形。
Don't forget about the doll either.
霊障を和らげる重要なものですね。
It's the key to easing her hauntings, right?
それでも霊障でぼんやりしててうっかり手放してしまうこともあるの。
It is, but there are times when she'll be spaced out in her hauntings and then she'll drop
その
it.
時は人形を拾って手渡してあげればいいんですね。
And if that happens, I should just pick it up and give it back to her, right?
ええ。私も注意して見てるけど、鈴原くんもお願いね。
Yeah, I'll watch out for that too, but I'd like you to do the same.
万が一にも壊してしまうことがないように注意してね。
Just be careful not to break it.
もし壊れてしまったら
What'll happen if it breaks?
彼女以外の誰にも想像もできないくらいの恐ろしい霊障が一度に彼女に襲いかかるでしょうね。
She'll likely be struck by a haunting so horrifying no one could possibly even begin to imagine. Damn.
おい、
Oh, back to the kinky party.
What?
Let's go.
俺の言うことなら何でも聞くんだよな。
Hey, Toei, you'll do whatever I ask, yeah?
少々
Yes, Sir Show.
あのさ、質問だけどさ、
Let me ask you something.
お前がいっつも抱いてるその人形と俺、どっちが大事よ。
Which is more important to you, me or the doll you're always lugging around?
つうかさ、焼けるんだよね。
I gotta say, I'm jealous of that thing.
俺のこと一目惚れとか言いなつけとか言いながらな、一番の仲良しはそのお人形ちゃんなわけだ。
You're my fiance and you fell in love with me at first sight. But your best pal is that doll, ain't it?
俺の言うこと何でも聞けるなら
If you'll really do whatever I
よ。その
ask,
人形連れて歩くのいい加減にしろや。
then stop walking around with that damn thing already.
それはできないです。
I can't do that. I think a lot of her problems would be solved if like they get like a little baby carrier or a sling, or even put it in a backpack. You know, just carry it around in a little backpack, and she won't drop it. You know, that'd be too easy though. The fuck did you say to me, whore? The fuck you say? Sho was blinded with rage. To have the girl who did anything he ordered without complaint defy him in any way infuriated him more than anything else. But due to the roar of the music and the lighting, and none of his followers noticed.
てめえが土下座したから、俺は許嫁様になってやったんだろうが。あ
Ain't you the one here who begged Honor needs to be my wife? Well,
俺に捨てられたらてめえみてえなきめえ女、誰も相手にしねえんだぞこら。
the fuck's gonna marry a creepy bitch ass like you? Except for me. Creepy ass bitch. Bitch ass.
仕方かよ。
What are you, a fucking deer in the headlights? Say something. Woman abuse, domestic violence. Ah. Sho snatched the doll from Toei. Toei wrestled with him in an attempt to get it back. Sho was a bit surprised by the unexpected display of strength. The hell, you wanna fucking go? Ugh.
返して。返して。
Give it back. Give it back. Don't fuck with me, you goddamn bitch. When Sho tugged hard on the doll, the two were sent flying back. The doll had been torn into pieces. Whoa, what the fuck? Something that looked like a spine dangling out of the head of the doll Sho was holding. It was dark red and thick and wriggled nauseatingly. Gross, is this for fucking real? Sho threw it to the ground, got up and stomped it over and over with all his might. His followers finally noticed and watched in shock as their leader kept stomping on the sudden fit of agitation, What's going on? There's something fucked up with this doll. It's moving. I swear to God, it's moving. The ground by Sho's feet was too dark for his followers to make out due to the strobe lights. All they could tell was that something had him freaked out. Not wanting to get mixed up with all whatever the hell that was, all they could do was just watch in silence. Hey, Sho, your girl's foaming at the mouth. What? Toei is lying on the sofa. Foam and saliva were spewing from her mouth. Ugh, it's so fucking gross. Is she okay? She ain't high or something, is she? This chick blacks out sometimes. She'll wake up like nothing happened soon enough, so just ignore her. Sho had seen Toei lose consciousness. Sho has seen Toei lose consciousness due to sudden hauntings more times than he cared to count. So he just urged his followers to get back to singing, and before long they turned away from Toei and resumed their partying. Sho threw his feet onto the table and glared sullenly at Toei. Toei continued foaming at the mouth. Gradually, the bubbles darkened before going black as ink. Then all of a sudden, she slowly opened her eyes. No one noticed the way they glowed like flames flickering in the darkness. Toei slowly raised her head. She raised her hand to the air, closed her fingers one after the other, and stretched them out. Almost like she was trying to learn how to function. She wiped her mouth, and her lips curled into a smirk. After that, she crawled over to Sho and placed her head on his chest as if listening for his heartbeat. Huh? What's gotten into you? You in heat or something? Sho thought of Toei as only a robot who performed commands on a delayed timer. So he was stunned to see her do something of her own volition. His eyes met hers. Ooh, are we gonna get a different CG? Her face was shrouded in the shadow, but her eyes and lips looked bewitching by the light. He couldn't help but gulp. I must thank you, Sho. Huh? Just let her have a fucking OD or whatever. That was the first time she didn't call him sir. Normally, Sho would have run out of patience with her right then and there. But there's something in Toei's voice that sent shivers down his spine.
1000年人間のクズの中のクズにはおよそ出会い尽くしたが
Over 1,000 years, I have met my share of scum of mankind.
お前は その中でもなかなかの上物だったぞ。
But even amongst them, you truly stand out. He's gonna fucking die finally. I hate this guy. He fucking sucks. He's a stupid cunt. He deserves to die. I hope she rips out his throat. Those words should have been insults to him, yet they stirred immoral pleasure within Sho. Ooh, he's a degradee. That enticing creature with Toei's face had completely seized his soul.
それにしても黒髪め、このような男をよくも見つけ出したものだ。
Still, I must commend Kurokami. He did a fine job finding a man like this.
この時世、すすの一粒も持たぬ男など、よくも見つけたもの。
It could not have been easy to locate a man without a single speck of soot in this day and age.
だが、もういい。
But it no longer matters.
最
That
高
was a glorious expression.
地層が現れたのだから。
Not the greatest delicacy of all has appeared. Not when the greatest delicacy of all has appeared. She's gonna eat me! Yippee! Cannibalism!
さっきから何を言って
You're not making any sense at all.
生臭い。喋るな、人間。
You reek. Silence that tongue, human. Toei placed her slender hand on Sho's chin, as though to lift it up. Sho trembled as her fingers stroked the underside of his jaw. Bit by bit, his head began convulsing. All of a sudden, his eyes rolled back and his mouth shot open as a trail of drool ran down his face.
人の子らはゲスのことを畜生とも呼ぶな。
The children of men sometimes referred to lowlife as beasts, yes?
ならば、それにふさわしく。
Then, to match that,
角をくれてやろう。
I shall give you a pair of antlers. Blood sprayed out of Sho's ears. Just then, claws manicured with crimson blood spoked out of his ear holes. They were fingers. Toei's dainty fingers. They emerged slowly from Sho's auditory canals. That moment, there was a crack, and drops of blood leaked from Sho's eyes and nose. Even more antlers. No, those were still Toei's fingers, poked out of him. Two more of them pierced through Sho's skulls like horns.
立派な角だな。畜生にはふさわしかろう。
Such dignified antlers, truly befitting of a beast. She removed her hands from his chin, and viscid blood started gushing out. Ah! One of Sho's followers happened to turn his head and witness the whole thing. Even amidst the dazzling light show, he could tell from a glance Sho was dead, his eyes agape and body stained with blood. The follower's pathetic shriek drew attention of the rest, who each screamed one after the other.
敬意の眼差しも悪くはないが。
Being gazed upon with reverence is certainly a boon.
やはり、イフの方が心地よいか。
However, expressions wrought with fear are truly more satisfying. Toei grimaced as though suffering from a headache. A sound like snapping tree branches resounded loudly through the room. The delinquent's eyes went wide as saucers as they were rendered speechless by the spectacle unfolding before them. Every one of them could clearly see antlers growing out of Toei's head. They were majestic antlers of a sacred deer. Toei groaned and gripped her head. Run away.
早く。
Hurry. They all heard her, of course, but they were too stunned to move. Though the room was bursting with sound and color, time stood still.
ひれ伏せ、人にどもめ。
Prostrate yourself, accursed man demons. Ooh, crunchy.
お待たせしました。
Oh no, the staff! Thanks for waiting. Ugh. The employee bringing the group order bumped into Toei just as she opened the door.
失礼しました。
Sorry. Once the employee moved out of the way, Toei left the room and disappeared down the dark hallway. The employee couldn't help but be overcome with the surprise at the girl's extraordinary bearing. She quickly composed herself and entered the room. What a sight to behold! Oh, we're back to the past again.
呪いをすべてその身に背負ってもらうだけじゃ。
They won't die. They will just bear the eternity of the curse in their body.
同じことじゃ。それに
Entirely.
代々呪われた子を産み続けなければならないんじゃろ。
It's all the same. Besides, the family needs to have their child bear the curse each generation after that, right?
そんなの絶対にごめんじゃぞ。
I'd be damned if I had to go through that. The spell to seal the curse soot into sacrifice. The mayor had gathered several of the elders and engaged them in an unproductive discussion about who its target would be. They had to choose one sacrifice, but it wouldn't just end with them. In order to keep the curse sealed, they would need to have a child to bear the curse and raise them, a cycle that would go on for all eternity.
もちろん村を救うための人柱となるのじゃ。村を挙げて支え感謝するぞ。
The village will honor their sacrifice, of course. We shall all give them our support and our gratitude. On the surface, the sacrifice would be praised as the hero who saved the village. But in reality, there was no way any villager would be willing to interact with the clan of somebody bearing such an ominous curse. They would just be ostracized by the whole village, and their descendants would likely be subjected to the same treatment. So no one wanted to step up to the task, not when it meant condemning their family for eternal damnation in every sense. But the whole village would be destroyed if they didn't choose a sacrifice and perform the ritual. Unlike the present, this wasn't an era where people were free to choose where they lived. Now that the land was cursed, they had nowhere to run.
すす封じの儀式は明日の朝に執り行わねば間に合わぬそうじゃ。
If we don't perform this ritual to seal the soot by tomorrow morning, it will be too
何
late.
としても選び出さねばならぬぞ。
We must come to a decision.
どうしても決まらぬというならば、くじで決めざるを得んが。
If we cannot, then we'll have to draw lots. Gambling. Let's go gambling.
そうじゃ。妙案がある。
You leave her alone. I know this was gonna happen. Hey, I have an idea. How about that Azusa priestess? Everyone looked at each other with surprise.
儀式のやり方は分かっとるんじゃろ。
You know how to perform the ritual, right?
別にあずさみ子がおらんでも儀式はできるはずじゃ。
So we don't need her to carry it out, do we?
おお、そうじゃ。儀式をするのにあのあずさみ子は必要ない。
Yeah, that's right. She's not needed for the ritual itself. Suzunome was an outsider. She had no family. What's more, she met all the conditions for the sacrifice, and as a priestess, she fit the part perfectly.
それでよいな、皆の衆。
Are we all in agreement? Everyone nodded. Unbeknownst to them, Mutsu had overheard the entire thing. He and Suzunome had been preparing to bury the old woman when he'd been struck by a sense of dread. As it turned out, his foreboding had been well founded.
Suzunome, 逃げるんだ!
Suzunome, you have to run. Huh? Suzunome blinked in surprise, but Mutsu just grabbed her by the arm and dragged her to her feet.
何事ですか? 痛いです.
What are you
話して
doing?
ください.
You're hurting me. Let go, please.
後で話す。今は黙って走るんだ。
I'll explain later. Just run. The villagers could not understand why the pair was running, but their confusion turned into rage after the mayor spoke.
その女を逃がすな！捕まえるのじゃ！
Don't let that woman escape. Capture her.
何事かわかりません。
I don't understand what's happening.
あいつら、君を生贄にするつもりだ。
They're planning to make you the sacrifice. What?
女子連れじゃ、そうは遠くに行けんはず。
He's running with the woman. They won't go far.
隠れて夜を待つつもりに違いない。探すのじゃ。
They must be planning to lie hidden until nightfall. Find them. Though Suzunome was used to traveling, she had a little chance of escaping several men in the prime of their lives. Her only choice was to hide for now and flee under the cover of night. But the men knew the mountain just as well as Mutsu.
何としてもあのあずさみ子を捕らえるのじゃ。
Capture that priestess, no matter what it takes.
今日中に捕らえ、明朝の儀式の生贄とせねば村は滅ぶぞ。
The village will be destroyed unless we catch her and sacrifice her tomorrow
あ
morning.
ずさみ子を捕まえろ。生贄にするのじゃ。
Capture the priestess. She must be sacrificed.
生贄は命があればよい。抵抗するなら腕の一本や二本へし折っても構わぬ。
All that matters is that she's taken alive. Break an arm or two if she resists.
女の足じゃ逃げ切れるわけがない。
A woman can't get that far on foot. We'll find
おそ
her.
らくどこかに隠れているんじゃ。
She must be hiding
ここ
somewhere.
らにはおらんな。向こうを探すぞ。
She's not here. Check over there. A woman can get that far. Now's her chance. Let's go. I just heard something in a thicket just now.
おい、そこにいるか。
Hey, come on out.
アホ、わしらじゃこっちにはおらんぞ。
It's just us, you fools, as she's not here. She's so cute.
言ったようだね。
Looks like they're gone.
今のうちに行こう。峠の向こうは森が深い。そ
We
う。
have
明日まで身を
to
潜
flee
めている
now.
んだ。
The forest is thick past this bridge. We can hide until there till
生贄の
tomorrow.
儀式とやらは明日の朝に必要なんだからね。
The ritual needs to be carried out by tomorrow
それ
morning.
まで身を潜めていれば鈴の目を追う理由はなくなるはず。
If we can evade their clutches until then, they'll have no more reason to chase you.
でもそれでは村が六神様の呪いに。
But then the village will be destroyed by Lord Rokugami's curse.
どうしても生贄が見つからないならその時は僕が生贄になるよ。
If they still haven't found a sacrifice by then, I'll offer myself up.
そんな、どうしてムツが。
No, why must it be you?
これは彼らの六神様のお山を犯した者たちの罪ではありませんか。
They're the ones who sinned by desecrating Lord Rokugami's mountain.
それに最初から反対していたムツが生贄になることなどありませぬ。
Besides, you're always against it from the start. Why should you be the sacrifice?
生贄になったって死ぬわけじゃないんでしょ。
Being sacrificed doesn't mean dying.
本来は村全体が被るべき呪いを一人で背負うのですよ。
But then you'll have to bear the curse that's meant for an entire village.
死には至らなくともどれほどの苦しみになるか想像も。
And then you'll have to go through untold suffering until you die.
でも誰かが引き受けなくちゃならない。
Even though someone has to do it.
今はみんな冷静じゃないけれど本当は とても優しい人たちばかりなんだ。
They may not be in their right minds at this moment, but the people of this village truly are kind at
こ
heart.
の目にあって鈴の目には信じられないかもしれないけど、本当はすごくいい村なんだよ。
I know you may find it difficult to believe after all that's transpired, but this really is a great village.
なのに君にこんな集中するなんて
And yet, they still turned on you like that.
悔しい。
I hate this. Mutsu.
おい、あそこにおったぞ。
Hey, they're over there.
まずい、走るんだ。
This is bad run.
おったぞ、おったぞ。
There they are.
どこじゃどこじゃ。
Where?
あそこだ。
Ah, they're over there. Men with bloodshot eyes rushed through the thicket one after the next. Suzunome was already out of breath. Escape was impossible.
君は走って、僕は食い止める。
Keep running, I'll hold them off. Mutsu!
振り返らないで。さよなら、鈴の目。
Don't turn back. Farewell, Suzunome. This music makes me think of Dot Hack. Neither wanted this to be how they parted. But that was exactly why Suzunome couldn't afford to stop. She couldn't let Mutsube's final act of chivalry go to waste. So all she could do was pray for his safety as she ran. Mutsu was kind by nature, but he would fight for his life if he needed. The men came charging at him at full speed, and once they saw him, yet much to their surprise, Mutsu threw one into a thicket. Apparently, they hadn't expected the cornered rat to fight back.
しまよったが。
Mutsu, have you lost your mind?
血迷ったのはどっちだ。恥を知れ。
You should be asking yourself that. Have you no shame?
六神様のお山を犯し、のみならず、巫女様の恩にあだで返すなんて言語道断だ。
First you desecrate the mountain, and now you have the gall to repay the lady priestess' kindness with your betrayal.
かばうな。女を追うんだ。
Ignore him, find the woman.
セリ、物か。
Not on my watch.
離さんかバカ者。
Let me go, you fool.
行かせないぞ。彼女は逃がす。
Never, I won't let you have her.
走れ。走るんだ。鈴の目。
Run, run for your life, Suzunome. Suzunome pushed through the thicket and descended the slope as Mutsu's voice echoed around her. But she tripped on something and fell onto the ground. Oh. She had twisted her ankle. Suzunome got up and limped away like a newborn fawn. However, there was no way she could run in that condition. The villagers' shouts grew closer and closer as they rushed through the thicket. All she could do was pray and hide in the thicket. Please, do not let them find me. And please, keep Mutsu safe. A parting like this is far too tragic. The villagers were closing in fast.
おったぞ。あずさみこじゃ。
I found the priestess. The gasp. The village youths were on the grounds of the abandoned temple, rolling the temple's bell in unison to prepare for the ritual. The soot sealing spell required a giant metal cauldron. They would seal the sacrifice and the soot they'd gather from the village into it for 3 days and 3 nights until the sacrifice has absorbed all the soot inside. The village had no giant cauldron, so the temple's bronze hanging bell was the perfect substitute. It would be tilted over partway and held up by logs, an arrangement often used for animal traps. Since the sacrifice and the soot were put through the gaps in the logs... Wait. Once the sacrifice and the soot were put through the gap, The logs would be removed, sealing them both inside the bell. Suzunome stood in front of the bell with her hands tied behind her back as though she were a common thief, listening to the mayor with detached expression. It pains me to be so rough with you, it truly does. So please, we ask that you offer up your body to save our village. Is Mutsu alright? I can't see him anywhere. He opposed the village decision. It would not be surprising if they killed him. He fought to give me a chance to escape. I hope he's alive. Those thoughts were all that occupied Suzunomi's mind. The ritual preparations before her felt so far away. Of course, we will treat you with the utmost respect in exchange for taking the village's curse. You have my word. I wouldn't trust this guy, what the fuck? Thus, we beseech you, will you please become our sacrifice? Suzunome didn't answer. She simply continued spacing out, giving no indication as to whether she'd heard a single word. The mayor rose to his feet and whispered into her ear. Do you intend to reject my offer? So be it. Then I suppose we have no choice but to ask Mutsu instead. Huh? The mayor didn't overlook Suzunomi's reaction. He was already aware of their relationship, so he had decided to take full advantage of it. The sacrifice must pass the curse to their child. Thus I would have no qualms in permitting your marriage to Mutsu. If you accept, the village will honor your rest of your life, and you can spend your remaining years with him. He is a traitor to the village. Normally, you would pay dearly for this crime. But should you undertake the role of sacrifice, I'm willing to pardon him. Suzunome wept. Shortly thereafter, she raised her head and looked at the mayor in the eye.
わかりました。
Very well.
秘術の生贄をお引き受けいたしまする。
I shall become the village's sacrifice.
ですからどうかムツの罪だけはお許しください。
So please spare Mutsu. Mutsu finally regained consciousness to the sensation of an insect tickling his nose. He was lying face down on the grove, on a steep slope. He had fallen down said slope while grappling with one of the Suzunomi's pursuers. Then he had hit his head on something and passed out. Ugh. Suzunome. The air was still. Mutsu couldn't sense anyone nearby, no matter how hard he strained his ears. His stomach churned with the horrible sense of dread. If Suzunome had still been hiding, the villagers would still be combing the mountain, and they would have questioned Mutsu on her whereabouts. Yet, they just left him alone. Mutsu slowly got into his feet, ignoring the aching throughout his body. When he cleared the woods, the abandoned temple on the opposite mountain came into view. Mutsu could see the large crowd of villagers gathered there. Meanwhile, the soot gathering ritual, which would seal the cursed soot into Suzunome, had already begun. As per tradition, the sacrifice would be cleansing herself in the divine sake and salt. Next, she would part with the gods and spirits that protected her, rinsing herself of right and wrong alike. Once her body was spiritually pure, she would smear the soot swept up from across the village all over her. Stark naked amidst the watching villagers, Suzunome plastered the soot that blanketed the mountains across her body. Her porcelain skin was stained black with the cursed soot. Yet somehow it was absorbed into her body and faded in moments. The men observed from a distance. At first they had been staring scandalously at her, but now they were all seized with tension. Eventually all the soot was gone. Her whole body had absorbed the curse like a sponge. And finally, they reached the last step. She would be sealed into the bell for 3 days and 3 nights in order to seal the curse into her body permanently. Suzunome nodded at the mayor to let him know she was ready. The mayor nodded back and gestured towards the bell. Suzunome slowly gazed upon the sky and took the last look at the picturesque scenery of the mountains. Once my body fully takes in this curse, how will the world change? How will this beautiful world look to these cursed eyes? I can tell. This is the last time that the wind will feel pleasant. The air will smell fragrant. The sky will gleam so blue. But if that means saving Mutsu and protecting this village he holds so dear, then I shall go through with this and say farewell to my final attachments to this life. She's naked! Naked on YouTube! Nudity! Complete peton too, like absolutely no bulk there. Flat as hell. Suzume entered the raised bell and sat down. She then closed her eyes and concentrated. Before long, her senses of sight and hearing were completely sealed away. Amidst the silent world, Suzunome quietly gave in to her fate. All right, lower the bell. The men slowly approached the bell with an axe in hand. Once they cut the logs holding the bell up, Suzunome would be sealed beneath it. Wait! Mutsu rushed into the temple grounds. Panicking, the mayor urged the men to seal the sacrifice away before it was too late. Fucking dot hack ass music is so good. Suzunome, I will save you! But his cries failed to reach the woman who accepted her fate and closed off her heart. The group of nearby men rushed Mutsu and attempted to hold him back. Get out of my way, I won't let you stop me. Pin him down, kill him if you have to. Mutsu tossed aside the men grappling with him on one after the other, his face masked with a demonic fury. Though they far outnumbered him, the men faltered at his feats of superhuman strength. His blows had knocked back their front teeth, leaving them clutching their broken wrists and groaning as they writhed about. Eek, it's a demon! Do not falter, just lower the bell. The men gripping Mutsu were tossed back. Everyone knew Mutsu boasted of his strength, but his power at this moment was beyond what their wildest imaginations. The adrenaline was all it took to overpower the men. Nothing could stand in Mutsu's way, nothing but the giant bell they were trying to seal Suzunome in. But in the cruel twist of fate, the bell hit the ground and shook the earth with a heavy roar, trapping Suzunome inside. Yet Mutsu's charge could not be stopped. In fact, his legs started hitting the ground harder and faster. He put all his might into his toes and kicked off the ground so intensely it nearly shattered beneath him. After that, he entrusted his fist to the whole desire to save Suzunome. And with a thunderous howl, he swung that fist with every heart and soul. He swung that fist filled with his very heart and soul. That. Bam! Everyone around heard the crack of the sky being torn asunder. That sound, that had been Mutsu's fist striking the bell. Could he truly break through the giant mass of bronze with his bare fists? Could such a miracle truly unfold? No one would have been surprised if it did indeed shatter. That was the testament to the drive behind Mutsu's punch. Definitely broke his knuckle. And then Mutsu slowly fell to his knees. He gripped his trembling fist, now gushing with blood. It was broken. It was hardly a wonder. How could his fist ever smash through such a thick hunk of metal? But his drive had been so fierce it had almost seemed possible. Mutsu wept and groaned as he clung to the bell. He then braced his leg as if trying to wrestle a great tree, but the bell didn't even budge. Mutsu had no longer had the vigor to bring about a miracle. All that was left was the futile struggling of a feeble man who had exhausted everything he had. Why are you all just standing there? Kill him! We don't know what he'll do if we let him live. Mutsu screamed once again, but it possessed none of the gallant spirit of his previous roars. Merely the sorrow howl of a wounded wolf. Wolf mentioned. Ooh. Mutsu started staggering away. The men cleared a path. The mayor had ordered them to kill him, but Mutsu's soul was already dead. Even if only faintly, the men pitied the pathetic sight of a man who'd failed to save his beloved. Aww,
Mutsu!
Mutsu, the next time you show your face in these parts, you will be shown no mercy. Be gone. May you die like a dog. Mutsu didn't respond. Maybe he hadn't heard him. He just continued weeping as he disappeared down the mountain path, racked with despair. That was the last time the villagers ever saw Mutsu. After 3 days and 3 nights had passed, the bell was moved aside. revealing the pitiful state of the sacrifice. Her eyes were dim and unfocused, truly as though she'd been transformed into a cursed puppet that only existed to breathe. From that day onward, Suzunome forever drifted on the sea between nightmares and reality. Having lost all of her spiritual defenses, she was like a bonfire on a cold, dark night for evil spirits. Seeking fresh warmth, they swarmed her one after another, subjecting her soul to the chain of grief, suffering, envy, and anger. No one apart from her could ever understand what sort of terrifying hell tormented her being. To them, it just looked like she was merely spacing out.
Yoika, Minanoshu.
Lend me your ears, villagers. The curse of our village has been fully sealed into her. Should something happen to her, the curse will be released once again. Mutsume tried to steal her away. Should they meet again, they'll choose to die together rather than live apart. We must keep that from happening no matter what it takes. There's also the chance she may suddenly come to her senses and kill herself. We cannot allow that. So if we build a prison and keep her in there, we should have nothing to fear. The mayor had promised the sacrifice would be treated courteously for the rest of her life. Yet, from that day onward, she was treated like a mere criminal. They brought Suzunome to the cave and imprisoned her there. She wasn't allowed to live or die. All she could do was suffer from those nightmares until the end of her days came. No one repaid her for her sacrifice. Instead, they acted like she was a pariah. This was the start of their 1,000-year living hell. Suzunome slowly rose to her feet in the dark cave. Her eyes shone like those of the sacred deer. Impertinent man demons. How impotent you are, have sealed me with your ritual. How impotent you are to have sealed me with your ritual. But this spell shall not last forever. The spell required each generation to give birth to a child to sacrifice as a sacrifice to pass the cursed soot onto. But the divine curse knew that the spell wasn't perfect. Very well, man demons. You're welcome to let this girl have a child and repeat the cycle for generations until you tire of it. But have you forgotten? No child of man can conceive a new life on its own. During the age of the gods, all the lands that were governed by those divine beings, the children of man had crept into them and eventually taken all the regions for themselves. Most of the lenient gods had accepted this and started a new age and conceded their lands to the children of men. But not all of them were in accord. Their rage turned into a curse that erupted from their sacred mountains and rained across all nations, signaling the end of the age of the gods. As a result, all children of men from then on out were born with a speck of cursed soot in them. That was mankind's original sin, taking the gods' country for their own.
すすだきの生贄の子には
She's gotta have
そ
a
の
baby
両親の
somehow.
すすがすべて受け継がれる
A child of the sacrifice will inherit both of parents'
すなわち生贄と夫婦になった者のすすを代々取り込み続け我はどこまでも肥大し続けるのだ
In other words, I will take the soot of a new sacrifice and their mate, and grow stronger with each passing generation.
やがて膨れ上がった膨大なすすにすすだきの秘術は破れ我は解放されるだろう
And once I've gathered enough soot, the spell will be broken, and I shall be free once
そ
more.
の時こそが六神彦の御の呪いが下される時
Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto's curse will be unleashed at that moment.
我こそは六神彦の御の呪いなり愚かなりし人にどもめ
I'm the manifestation of Rokugami Mihiko no Mikoto's curse. Foolish man demons.
しばしの間はこの
Yeah, who
体に
knew?
おとなしく封
Gotta
じられ
stab both
ていよう
those.
ぞ
I may lay dormant in this body for a short
しか
while.
しこれより幾百年をかけて我はさらなるすすを集めその怒りを呪いをはるかに高める
But I shall continue to gather soot for centuries to come, and with it, my curse will grow stronger than ever
そ
before.
してこの身に蓄えうる最大限のすすを宿らせしとき
And then, once this body is unable to contain the soot any longer,
山はうめき大地はおののき灼熱の炎がすべてを焼き尽くすこの世の地獄を顕現させようぞ
the mountains will weep, the earth will tremble, and all will be reduced to ash. I shall bring true hell to this
そ
world.
れでこそ兄上様たちの悲しみを癒せるというもの
And in doing so, my siblings can finally rest in
兄
peace.
上様必ずやこの上なき地獄の権限をお約束いたしまする
Brother, I swear to show these man demons a hell like no other. A child of man's scale of time was nothing but a drop in a bucket compared to the span of the divine curse. The curse would rest for centuries until it could expand no further. The foolish children of men thought they had sealed the curse away with their ritual. But in reality, it was merely incubating in the sacrifice until it was ready to hatch.
しばしの別れだ人にども
Farewell for now, man demon.
次に我が目覚める時この地に恐るべき災いをもたらすことを約束しようぞ
I vow that when I wake next, I shall bring a terrifying calamity to this land. I heard the cave's lattice doors creaking open. Time to get bread. Oh no, they have to breed me. Ooh. Someone was probably bringing me food. Since I spent nearly the entire day plagued by hauntings, it was rare that I was conscious for when the meal arrived. Normally, I would just come to and only find the food already there. That's what living in hell... Wait, that was the living hell that I, the sacrifice, was subjected to. Meals were the only ordinary part of my life. They probably felt like they couldn't afford to let me do anything else in the off chance I fell ill. However, something felt different about the person bringing food today. I could tell they were holding their breath and treading carefully. Who was it? When I saw him, I gasped.
静かに
Shh, you have to be quiet. My legs withered and atrophied, but I managed to stagger to my feet. Mutsu dashed over to help me.
遅くなってごめん。
I'm sorry I'm late.
いいの来てくれてありがとう。
Thank you for coming for me. I buried my face in his chest and quietly wept for a short while. Maybe he was right. Maybe he was too late. There was no way to rid my body of this cursed soot. No way to save me from the world of nightmares. But yet he'd come for me. There were occasions where I'd wakened from the hauntings. What bliss it was that Mutsu had come to me in such a time.
行こう。交代の槍がいつ来るかもわからない。
Let's go. I don't know when the next guard will take watch.
私のために無茶をしてくれたのですね。
I can't believe you did something so reckless for
君
me.
のためなら大したことじゃないさ。
Nothing is reckless when it's for you.
さあ、行こ
Come on.
う。歩ける。
Let's go. Can you walk?
はい。
Yeah. I started walking with Mutsu guiding me by hand. The door to the cave was wide open. I never believed I'd leave there alive. The sunlight was blinding. I couldn't keep my eyes open. I could feel the fresh, open air on my skin. The scent of nature brought back memories.
大丈夫。
Are you alright?
目が暗ね。
I can't see.
かわいそうに。ずっと暗いところにいたから。
Poor thing, you've been in the dark too
もう
long.
大丈夫で
This
す。
is hurting my eyes. Ah, I'm getting flashbanged. I'm alright now. Once I opened my eyes, the sight from long ago flooded into me. What I found was not the outdoors, but rather a stone room? Huh? Wait. What was I? What? Huh? What? I guess they got him. I don't think it was a dream. I think we were intercepted. Let's take a look at this. I don't see no point of entry, so what attacked him, but it definitely looks like what's his name? Mutsu. Oh, my blood went cold with that ear-splitting scream of agony. The room was like a smithy. A naked man was hanging upside down from the ceiling. His face stained with blood was... what?
ムツ
Mutsu? Then who was holding my hand? I turned around in horror to discover the man next to me was no longer Mutsu. That uncanny figure was shirtless, muscular, tall, wearing a hemp cloth around his face. This wasn't Mutsu. That wasn't Mutsu at all. Then who? Who was he? Oh no, I'm so raped. I'm getting so raped in front of my lover's corpse. No. Let me go. Let me go. I tried shaking him off, but his grip was like a vice. He grabbed me from behind, leaving me unable to move. He held my jaw in place, preventing me from turning my head. At that moment, I finally comprehended the repulsive sight before my eyes. Mutsu was naked, hanging upside down from the ceiling. His legs were strung wide open, and the other man took a saw, approached his exposed groin, and... They're cutting his dick off! They're cutting his dick off, guys! It just keeps happening! They're hacking the shit out of him! So what they did is they suspended both ankles tied up to the ceiling, and they're slowly splitting him down the center right now. This is a hell of a cuck chair. As if he's gonna have to live and bleed out while I get raped. What the hell? Sawed through his pelvis from his thighs upwards, The sickening groan of thick pelvic bones being cleaved through the logs echoed through the room. Cleaved through like logs echoed through the room.
Chop, chop. Chop, chop.
Mutsu shrieked with agony with each sharp crunch of bone. I couldn't look away. The man kept a firm grip on my jaw. I'd be forced to watch. Eventually, Mutsu's pelvis was split perfectly in two, and his thighs spread further and further than I believed possible. The man continued sawing away, and before long, Mutsu's guts came pouring out into a convulsing pile. Even so, Mutsu still wasn't dead. He vomited blood and continued his chilling screams. Another nightmare? I could no longer tell dreams from reality. It seemed like I'd regained consciousness for real this time, but this had to be the start of yet another nightmare. I was sure of it. I couldn't allow myself to hope for Mutsu's arrival ever again. If I did, the evil spirits would just prey on that and continue to show me those sorts of gruesome nightmares. Besides, this was probably the beginning of a new nightmare anyway. I couldn't let my guard down and assume I'd return to reality. In fact, a new nightmare was already beginning. I heard several people approaching. The door creaked open, and 3 of them watchmen appeared. I knew all too well how this particular nightmare went.
Oh, here's the rape.
Oh, she's awake today.
So they usually rape her when she's sleeping. Yuckers.
There's such a world of difference when she's awake for it, huh? Hey, is this really alright? I get a feeling we could just catch her cursed by touching her. Relax, that won't happen. Grow a pair. They surrounded me with vulgar smiles. It was that same nightmare again. The sacrifice doesn't have long to live, they say. So she needs to pass the sit on to a child before she dies. Being a watchman sure has its perks. Yeah, this had to be the same nightmare. So long as I hardened my heart, I'd wake up from it eventually. The stench of the men's sweat and rotten breath tormented me.
I'm being raped. Ooh.
Then autumn arrived. With it came the modest harvest, and the village finally obtained hope of escaping their famine. By this point, some villagers had even forgotten all about the cursed soot that had rained upon their village. But the mayor and the elders were convinced of the undeniable existence of Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto's curse. They only had a single day to prepare for the sacrifice ritual.
Oh, my coffee's so cold. What the fuck?
Because of that, they'd focused on gathering the soot, where it lay, thickest, and had failed to remove it from several places. Those locations underwent visible change. According to the ancient writings, it's said that the akebia vines laughed that first autumn. The village girl who'd gone to the forest on the outskirts of the village had reaped for the autumn harvest discovered a clump of akebia vines. Blah, blah, blah. The writings claim that when she reached for the vines, they all laughed at the same time. Furthermore, they went on to say that one of them bit off a part of the girl's left earlobe. Yet another writing mentioned bats could speak in human tongues settling on the mountains. They threw slander at the children playing in the mountains and led them astray with their familiar whispers. Late at night, they would come to the village and disrupt the villagers' slumber with their voices. Is everyone going crazy? Is this a schizo village now? These depictions were too fantastical to be anything but figurative. Yet Hinagata believed that there were literal monsters had truly arisen. The cursed soot robbed one of their spiritual defenses. Put simply, it made them easy targets for evil spirits. It was likely the plants and the animals born in the area where the soot remained had been possessed by such spirits and became monsters. However, the forest they lived in was burnt to the ground and all the monsters were exterminated. However, with that, the villagers understood exactly what the soot's curse was. They learned that if the sacrifice died and the seal was broken, then the soot would unleash an abomination beyond their wildest dreams to the town. Suzunome withered away day after day. There were many days where she would have never woke up or ate at all. If she starved to death, then the seal would be broken. Thus, she had to have a child and pass on the curse before that. At this point, Suzunome was already with child. No, rape baby! Yeah, I punched my vape. Knocking shit over. Nobody cared who the father was. The winter came, followed by the spring. Suzunome gave birth to a baby girl. And immediately afterwards, Suzunome passed away. Almost as though her newborn daughter had absorbed both her curse and her life. Her labor was difficult to the bitter end. Her body was subjected to every sort of agony possible. Upon her death, her face warped with anguish like a hideous demon's. Her daughter was adorable, the very spitting image of her mother. So much so that her wet nurses doubted she was truly cursed. But once she turned 7, her hauntings began. She lost herself and was wasted away. All traces of her former loveliness were but a memory. Like her mother, the girl's treatment changed to that befitting of a cursed sacrifice. And once she came of age, the men of the village used her as their plaything. She was impregnated so the curse could be passed on, and so on, as she had her baby and she passed away. Strangely enough, the child was always a girl and would always grow up to be the spitting image of Suzunome. Writing by the Kurokami's ancestors suggests that Suzunome, the first sacrifice, was reincarnated into the child of each following generation. If that were indeed the truth, it was a fate far too cruel. She would blossom until she came of age and was violated, forced to suffer agony unimaginable in labor until she finally birthed her daughter, then died. That was her eternal curse. That was the living hell from which she had no escape. Though the ancestors of the Kurokamis did it to protect their village from the curse, the black arts they resorted to were horrifying. However, once fate's gears were in motion, they could not be stopped. In order to keep the soot from covering the land, Suzunome and her descendants had to endure eternal hell of endless suffering. Around the early 17th century or so, the sacrifices conditions suddenly changed. Something about her was clearly wrong compared to all the others depicted in the Kurokami's records. She would grip her swollen stomach as she foamed from the mouth, begging for someone to kill her.
腹の中で巨大な石がゴロゴロと転がり続ける痛みなど聞いたことがありません。
Never before have I heard of a pain like a boulder rolling onto somebody's stomach.
おそらく人の病気ではありますまい。
This is likely no human ailment.
このあざの黒さはまさにすすの色。
These bruises are as black as soot.
恐ろしいや。六神彦の御事の呪いは時代を経てますますに強くなっているというのか。
It can't be. Does that mean Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto's curse has been growing stronger throughout the ages? The hauntings had gone out of control, and there were ominous soot-colored bruises swelling across the girl's abdomen. The two men looked into the tome of the black arts that had been stolen from Suzunome when she was sacrificed. When they did, they hypothesized that the soot was growing with each generation and was now about to reach its limit. If this kept up, the soot would grow too powerful for the sacrifice to bear and would burst out of her. The girl was facing hellish anguish from those swollen soot seeking to explode out of her. It hurts, it hurts. Kill me, kill me. We cannot. The girls desperately sought release from her living hell, but the family had coldly denied her that mercy.
その腹の子を産み、呪いを引き継ぐのがお前の役目。
Your role is to pass the curse to the child in your womb.
出産まであと2月。耐えるのだ。そうすれば、お前も母たちのもとで安らかに暮らせるぞ。
The birth is just 2 more months away. Endure it. Once you do, you may join your mothers in peace. Once you have your child, you will be released from your suffering. Those were the words each family head said to each sacrifice every generation. Of course, they all knew just how agonizing her end would be.
古文書で過去の生贄たちの様子を見る限り
Judging from the state of previous sacrifices as per these records,
すすは世代を重ねるごとに増えるのでしょうな。
the cursed soot appears to have been growing in the sacrifice with each successive
この
generation.
まま赤子を産んでも、今以上のすすを引き継ぐことになるわけか。
So if she has her child, it'll inherit a soot far stronger than
こ
hers.
いつとて、子を産める年まで持たせるのにどれほど苦労したか。
This girl has already imagined, or has already suffered unimaginable
下
pain.
手をすれば、次の子は子を産む前に死んでしまうやもしれん。
In the worst case scenario, her daughter may die before she can bear a child at all.
そのようなことがあれば、この地に大いなる災いが起こる。それだけは許されぬのだ。
If she dies, the land will face a calamity most infernal. We cannot allow that. It hurts, it hurts. Save me, Mutsu.
見つけたぞ。これならなんとかなるかもしれぬ。
I found it. This may work. The curse wasn't the only thing Kurokami family had inherited over the centuries. There was also the Black Arts tome taken from Suzunome. In it, the head discovered a certain spell.
汚れた赤子を身ごもった時、 その汚れを薄めることができる術だ。
With this spell, we can ease the effects of the curse to the unborn child.
腹の中の胎児を増やし、それぞれに汚れを分けることで薄めることができるという。
This spell will create more fetuses in the womb to spread the corruption amongst them, thus weakening the curse.
なんと、つまり双子を産ませる術というわけですか。
My goodness. So it's a spell to produce twins?
生贄の数を増やすことになるが、背を腹には変えられぬ。
It will increase the number of sacrifices, but that's a price we'll have to
こ
pay.
の術でこやつの腹の中の子を増やしてすすを分け薄めるのだ。
With this, her womb will fill with more children. The soot will disperse amongst them, diminishing the overall concentration. No one knew for what purpose the spell had originally been created. Perhaps those who had devised the soot sealing ritual had foreseen the outcome like this, thus came up with a countermeasure. This spell made a mockery of life, and yet the head didn't hesitate to use it. He waited until the girls reached their final month of pregnancy. When he placed her on the altar surrounded by eerie candles, then he did. Once he was ready, he recited the ancient curse words.
双子などと生ぬるいことは言わぬ。
Twins. How short-sighted.
三つ子でも四つ子でも構わぬぞ。多ければ多いほどすすは薄まるのだから。
I don't care if it's triplets or even quadruplets. The more there are, the less the soot.
増えよ、増えよ。そして呪いのすすを分け合うがいい。
May your womb be filled with children. Let the curse be split between them. That's it. The girl's swollen stomach distorted from the inside like a bubbling cauldron. Almost like a monster was trying to eat their way out of her. The unfettered pain was too much for the girl to bear, and she'd finally passed out, foaming at the mouth. The family head continued reciting their cursed words. And at that moment, there was a splash of blood, followed by the cries of babies. The heads of several babies burst out of their mother's abdomen. Suffering from the agony untold in any era, the girls convulsed and passed away. Damn. A whole litter of babies just burst out of her. Yes, I did it. 1, 2, 3. Oh, what a fortune!
五つ子ではないか。
There are 5 of them. 5? There's supposed to be 4. The eternal hell would never end. She would be kept alive until the end of time, all in order to keep the curse sealed. But she accepted her fate. For her, eternal suffering meant preventing a calamity. She believed doing so, she was protecting the happiness of many.
近代に入ってから黒髪家で火事があって、その際に秘術を記した書物は消失したそうよ。
Not too far back, there was a fire at the Kurokami home. I hear the Tome of Black Arts was lost then. Though the curse was sealed, it was also the cause of the sacrifices of ever-growing suffering. For some reason, Suzumu felt like a loss of the tome had been another form of divine punishment, albeit mild and belated.
ということは、もう五つ子の邪法は使えないということ。
Which means the quintuplet spell can't be used again.
呪いのすすは世代を重ねるごとに増え続ける。つまり、やがてもう一度破綻を迎えるということ。
The cursed soot festers in each generation, so eventually the spell will be unable to contain it anymore.
そしてその破綻の時はもう遠くないかもしれないの。
And that time may not be too far off. My cat keeps talking to me.
トイちゃんはお腹の中に大きな石がいくつも転がるような違和感を覚えると言っている。
Toei has mentioned feeling like multiple boulders are rolling inside of her stomach.
それはまさか。
You don't mean...
おそらくは破綻の兆し。
Yeah, it may be a sign that the spell is all but broken.
5つ子の邪法が失われた以上、もう生贄から裾を減らす術は存在しない。
And now the quintuplet spell has been lost. There's no other way to mitigate the soot without a sacrifice. Within the sacrifice.
裾をこれ以上一粒たりとも増やさぬことだけ。
All they can do is try to prevent more soot from gathering.
黒髪家は考えたの。ひょっとしたら父親から裾を取り込んでいるのではないか。
She's here now. The Kurokamis have a theory that the additional soot was taken from the father.
それでいい名付けを。
And that's why they needed a fiance?
察しがいいわね。そういうこと。
You catch on quick? Yeah, that's right.
トイちゃんには相手の持つ鈴が見えるらしいの。
It seems Toei can see what soot others carry within them. I finally understood why Toei was engaged. She had been looking for someone without any soot in order to keep the soot within her from growing. And finally, she found that someone in Sho Kaminuma. The soot within her was already reaching its limit. So she needed a fiancé without a single speck of it. Virtually everyone was born with a speck or two of soot in them. Someone completely free of that was 1 in a million. You have so much to say today, Beanie. She's chilling. The Kurokamis are fully aware what kind of person the Kaminuma is. But they don't have any other options. So all they can do is just let it slide. How are you doing this? She didn't even have the freedom to love who she wanted. My cat is taking over. Give me a second. I'm gonna move shit out of the way. To say? The people want to hear what your opinions are. Hello, Beanie. How was your day? Did you eat any good foods or have any good naps? Meow. You got no more meows? I think she's all meowed out, dudes. I'm sorry. She didn't even have the freedom to love who she wanted. They don't talk on command. They're literally animals. She was kept alive only to marry a man she didn't love so she could pass on a curse she'd carried down within her child, unable to bask in the joys of adolescence. Real. Generally speaking, public awareness of human rights rose after the war, and as a result, the subsequent heads of the Kurokami family have been much kinder. Thanks for human rights, or else they'd still be just rape piling these girls over and over again for eternity. They treat their children not as sacrifices, but as daughters. Toei's father let her go to school because he wanted her to experience a normal life. Though she needs to have a child before she turns 20 at the earliest. And in most cases, the sacrifices died in
彼女
childbirth.
の命はあと数年もないのよ。
So she only has a few more years left to live.
でもそれで苦しみが終わるわけじゃない。
But won't that mean the end of suffering?
また新しい命に新しい苦しみが始まる。
It'll just start all over again with that new life.
そうね。
That's right.
トエちゃんは1000年間もずっと苦しみ続けているのかもしれない。
Toei may have been suffering for the last thousands
初めは
years.
自分の霊障の正体を探るための研究だった。
At first, I began my research to discover what my hauntings truly
で
were.
も今はトエちゃんを救ってあげられないかという気持ちが一番なの。
But now what I want more than anything is to save Toei.
六神彦の御事の呪いをなんとか終わらせたい。
I wish to find a way to put an end to Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto's curse.
彼女と彼女たちはもう1000年も苦しんだわ。もういい加減六神様も許してくれてもいいんじゃないかしら。
They've already suffered for 1,000 years. I wonder if there's no way to get for the dear God to forgive them.
神様の気持ちを考えるときっと複雑だと思います。
I think that would be complicated.
だって神様は黒神さんたちを呪いたかったわけじゃない。
But I mean, it wasn't like Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto wanted to curse Kurakami and the
で
others.
もどうやったら許して
Yeah,
くれ
that
る
was
のか。
completely man-demon shit there. There didn't need to be 5 of them. But as for how they could be
僕に
forgiven,
は想像もつきません。
I can't think of anything.
私もよ。
Same here.
いくら神様でもトエちゃんをこれ以上苦しめていい理由なんてないと思うわ。
But I don't care who's doing it. There's no reason Toei should have to suffer any longer.
そうね。これは怒りだわ。
That's right. That's what makes me so angry.
理不尽な呪いでトエちゃんたちを代々苦しめてきた六神彦の御事への私の怒り。
Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto should never have forced Toei and all those before her to suffer such an unjust curse.
私だって若い時は霊障ですっごい苦しめられたんだから。もう二度とあんなのはごめんよ。
I know how hard it is. When I was young, my hauntings were devastating. I don't want to go through that ever again.
見つけたいです。呪いを解く方法。
I want to find a way to break the curse.
先生には知識がある。そして僕
You
に
know
は
what he should do is
力がある。
do that Susahara dojo shit and like, you know, blessing, cleansing, punch them right in the womb. You know? That's probably what's gonna do it. Give him a nice good cleansing punch right in the baby maker. That's probably what's gonna do it. We have your knowledge and my power
僕も
to punch them in the
先
womb
生とは違っ
and
た角
cleanse
度から
them.
きっとそれを見つける手伝いができると思います。
I think I can help you find it from another angle. But I don't know how. But I believe if I continue training, I could pass some sort of threshold. I could obtain my very own power. Oh, Venus.
今日はこんな時間まで付き合ってくれてありがと
Thank you for sticking around with me for so long.
う。長い話を延々と聞かされて疲れちゃったでしょ。
You must be tired from all this chatting, right?
本音はまだちょっと呆然としてます。
Honestly, I'm still a little
そう
surprised.
よね。
I bet.
先生、ちょっとお腹が空いちゃった。あんみつでも食べていかない？
I'm kind of hungry. Do you want to grab a bite with me? Free food. Go, 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 go.
いえ。
What?
もうちょっと神社を散策したい気持ちです。
No, thank you. I'd actually like to explore the shrine a little more. Huh? Okay, gotcha.
では失礼します。
Then if you'll excuse me,
また学校でシャチ運びでね。
I'll see you at school. I said goodbye to Miss Hinagata and returned to the shrine grounds. Of course, it's true that I was stunned by such an outlandish story. But apart from that, I felt like I'd gone on a 1,000-year-long trip for some reason. Like I'd just left the theater after watching a long, long movie. I wanted to be alone so I could get my feelings sorted out. I felt like I was still in the movie. Everyone had times where they'd empathize too much and felt like they'd become a protagonist. But even after returning to reality, I still felt that way. In fact, I felt more like I'd finally remembered something I'd forgotten for many, many years. It was a strange feeling, one I'd never experienced before, and I just couldn't get rid of it. I returned to the doll memorial hall. Though the main shrine was constantly full of people, this place was always desolate. It felt as though this place was far removed from reality. I think I went there because I didn't want to go back to reality until I sorted out my feelings. Or maybe I was guided there? She was waiting in front of the doll memorial hall.
Suzu.
Suzu? I tried saying Kurokami, but my mouth said Suzu instead. Who the hell was Suzu? Was I mixing her up with someone with a similar name? But I didn't know anyone called that. She smiled wryly. When she saw, even I was taken aback.
1000年遅い。
You're 1,000 years too late.
のこのこと今頃来たか、ムツ。
You have quite the gall to show up after all this time, Mutsu. I didn't understand what Kurokami was saying. But though her words were venomous, she also seemed a little happy, too.
僕が必ず君を救うから。
I swear I'll save you.
理由はわからないけれど、それが僕の使命なんだ。
I don't know why, but it's my duty.
1000年遅い。
You're 1,000 years too late.
盆栽に拳を砕いて泣き寝入りしたお前に今さら何ができる？
What can you possibly do now? You who gave up breaking his fist on a bell. Huh?
だがそれを笑う気はない。
No, I did not intend to mock you.
1000年を経てようやく我が呪いは完全に熟した。
My curse is finally ripe after 1,000 years.
その最後にススの村の血を最も強く受け継ぐお前がこうして現れるのはまるで運命かのよう。
It must be... Oh, Beanie, why are you like this? It must be fate that the one who inherited the blood of the village, Soot, would show up now at the very end.
お前のススをもらう。
She just kicked a bunch of shit off my desk. I shall take your Soot. Oh no, she's gonna rape me. Why is this game so rapey?
持てる力のすべてを出し尽くしてこの地に災いをもたらすのだ。
And then I shall call forth all my power to bring calamity to this land.
六神様なのか？
Are you the deer god?
わかるのか、ムツの末裔よ。
So you can see who I am, descendant of Mutsu.
君が呪いたいほどの辛い思いをしてきたことを僕は否定しない。
I won't deny the suffering that brought forth your desire to curse everyone.
でも
However,
それは黒神さんに向けるべきものでもない。
Kurokami does not deserve the blame to take the blame for it.
承知している。この娘には我も同情を禁じ得ない。
I'm aware of that. I cannot help but sympathize for this girl either.
だからこそこの最後の時に
That's precisely why now, at this end of this path,
この娘の悲願を叶えてやりたいと思う。
I want to grant her dearest wish. What, to fuck me? No. Is that the wish? I'm gonna get raped.
お前に抱かれながらその役割を終えさせてやるのだ。
For you to hold her as her role is brought to its end.
それが黒髪さんの願いならば僕も叶えたい。
So he's down. It's not rape anymore. He wants it. If that's what Kurakami wants, then I'll fulfill that wish.
でも
However,
黒髪さんは少なくともまだ
I know that right now, at the very least,
まだそれを望んではいないんだ。
that is not what she wants.
なぜお前にそれがわかる？
And how would you know?
彼女はそれでも僕を拒絶したんだ。
Because otherwise she wouldn't have pushed me away. I was a descendant of the cursed village of Susuda. Though a minuscule compared to the descendants of the sacrifice, I should have had much more soot in me than the average person. Blech. That was why Kurakami had called me corrupted. And that is why she couldn't afford to be with me.
僕との再会が彼女の悲願だったとしても
Even if her greatest wish was to see me
彼
again.
女は1000年をかけてこの地を守ってきた責任をまだ手放したくはないんだ。
She still didn't want to abandon her responsibility of protecting this land.
もちろん彼女にはいつだってそれを手放す権利があると思う。
Of course, I believe she has the right to abandon that duty whenever she
彼
wants.
女が強いられた理不尽な運命を彼女はいつだって返上していい。
She can relinquish that unfair fate she was forced into at any time.
でもそれは彼女が決めることで
But that's for her to decide.
それを決めるのは僕でもなければ
Not me. Or
君で
you.
もない。
この1000年さまざまな輩を見てきたが
I've seen many a characters these thousands of years.
お前はやはり特別だ。我が運命の歯車に噛み合うだけの資格がある。
But you are truly, truly special. You are worthy to number among the gears of my fate.
君にはこの地を呪うにふさわしい正当な権利があるに違いない。
You have every right to curse this
だけれ
land.
ど
However,
彼女の気持ちを無視していい権利なんかないんだ。
you don't have the right to disregard her feelings.
不思議な男よ。
You truly are a bizarre man.
お前は我の1000年の悲願の見届け人として使わされた天の使いに違いない。
You must be a messenger of the heavens, sent to bear witness to the fulfillment of my 1,000-year wish.
どのような運命がお前をここへ導いたかは知らぬが
I know not what twist of fate guided you here.
人の子ごときにもはや覆せる運命ではない。
But no child of man can hope to overturn her destiny. I felt a whirlwind. Fallen leaves swirled at her feet, giving her a menacing aura. Next, antlers befitting a deer god slowly sprouted from her head. I recognized her. This was the image that had come to my mind this whole time I was listening to Miss Hinagata's story.
我は六神彦の命の呪いなり。
I am the curse of Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto.
1000年の眠りより目覚め、今こそこの地に災いをもたらさん。
I have awakened from my 1,000-year slumber, and now I shall bring calamity unto this land.
まだだ。
Not yet.
それは彼女が決める。
That's for her to decide.
鈴の目の役目はすでに終わった。
Suzunome's role has already ended.
終わってない。終わらせない。
It's not over yet. I won't let it end.
そうでなかったら
Otherwise.
彼女の1000年の苦しみと悲しみが何の意味も持たなくなる。
Her 1,000 years of sorrow and agony will have been for nothing. Though she had been treated like a prisoner, she'd always had one avenue of escape. and she had never chosen death. She could have rejected her food or bit off her tongue. But no matter how hellish her life was, she denied death at every turn. It couldn't have been easy. Over the last 1,000 years, the temptation of dying, of being released from suffering, should have come to her countless times. A millennium of nightmares offered many opportunities for that. Perhaps she was resisting the urge to put an end to all of it, even at this very moment. She endured that and kept living for 1,000 years. Therefore, only she has the right to decide how this ends. If you take that from her, there'll be nothing of those 1,000 years. It will be all gone to waste. Do not preach to me, accursed child of man. Her eyes glowed scarlet. At that moment, the countless dolls lining in the hall collapsed one after another like dominoes. Every cell in my body was overwhelmed by an invisible force. The time has come, boy. You were only brought here as a reward for 1,000 years of service. Now cease your prattling. Prostrate yourself before me and play your part in my destiny. No, it's not your destiny. If there is any destiny that brought the two of us here, it's hers. As such, the decision falls on her shoulders. She'll decide this for herself, and I'm here to defend her right to do that. What are you scheming? I lowered my hips and I readied my fist. He's so corny. My fist who was dedicated to God. I was faced with a god, a catastrophe that would be prevented. There is no better time than now. I had trained myself in this fist for as long as I could remember. It was all for this very moment. You seem to believe the strength of your will dwells in that fist. But that's all you have. I hated to admit it, but she was right. I had the desire to resist fate, but that was it. All I had was flesh and blood fist. Was it glowing with some miraculous power that dwelled within? But I accept your offering. Musu's descendant is here on the eve of my awakening after 1,000 years. You have the right to present me an offering. So be it, Mutsu. Fill your fists with righteous indignation for this girl's lot, and strike me as you will. You shall learn of futility, but that is well. Children of men refer to the act of death without realizing the futility, dying with regret. I would not wish that upon you. Every drop of sweat and blood during training was all for this. I put everything I had accumulated over those years into my fist. If it was fated 1,000 years ago that I would be here today, then I'd ask fate to endow my fist with the miracle to match. I clenched that to Nerf of the Susahara Divine Tribute style. Now. Punch this bitch in the womb. Punch her in the womb and cleanse her womb. Avast ye, demon womb.
しかと受け取ったぞ。
It is done.
お前の炎を。
I have received your offering. Of this, I am certain. What? What the fuck? You good, dog? Suzuma's face warped with agony as he fell to one knee. He had certainly punched the god in the abdomen. But his fist had broken. Blood gushed out of his torn skin. The god's body has been too rigid and cold. Like it was made of metal, specifically bronze. Crimson pearls dripped to the ground and scattered at his feet like red flowers.
哀れな男よ。
Pitiful man.
お前の千年はもう一度無力さを思い出すためのものだったというのか。
So this is the end of your 1,000-year journey. A painful reminder of your powerlessness. Can't be.
しかとお前の奉納を受け取ったぞ。
I have received your offering.
なぜ涙を流す？もう泣く必要はない。
Why would you shed tears? You need not weep any longer.
お前たちはこれより添い遂げる。
For now, you two can be together. Oh, she's blushing. Ooh.
我が運命の中で1000年ぶりの再会を噛みしめ合うがよい。
Savor your 1,000-year reunion together between the grinding gears of my fate. Naked, she spread her hands and gently wrapped them around Suzumu's head. Almost like she was comforting a wailing infant. Suzumu's tears were not of pain, merely anger at his own powerlessness. For all of his efforts had done nothing to save her. So he lamented his failure. However, those feelings slowly drifted off into the void. In the god's gentle embrace, as warm as a blanket, all his regrets melted away. Before long, Suzumu's consciousness faded away as though drifting off to sleep. By the time she spread open her hands, Suzumu had vanished into nothingness. Before long, all lingering affection faded from her face, giving way to the expression of truly suitable for a curse.
人にどもよ、刮目するがよい。 我は六神彦の御事の呪いなり。
Behold your fate, man demons. I am the curse of Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto. She's so fucking cute. Look at that.
今こそこの地は報いを受ける時へ。神の怒りに震えながらひれ伏すがよい。
Today this land shall suffer its divine retribution. Prostrate yourselves and tremble before the wrath of God. Those on the shrine grounds could see her rising into the sky. The divine curse looked down from on high and sneered malevolently.
今こそ神の復讐の時。
She absorbed him. The fuck? This can't be the end. This shall mark the hour of heavenly vengeance. Black clouds filled the air and blotted out the sky as though she were willing them to. The townsfolk could only stop and gape in astonishment. Oh, we're gaping. We're gaping. All the folks are gaping. They all saw something black falling from the sky. God damn it, I did nothing to help anyone. Ooh. Was it snow? Feathers? No. It was judgment. Grim. Is this the end? The asphalt, concrete, tiles, and floors were stained black in the blink of an eye. There was a flash of scarlet, and a moment later, flames taller than skyscrapers erupted forth. Dragons of fire spouted out over town, one after another. The flames licked the streets as though they had a mind of their own and engulfed them in all succession. All in succession. Swallowed by the hellfire, the townsfolk writhed about as they succumbed to their agony. Yet the cursed flames would not allow them to die until they'd been scorched to charcoal. The townsfolk suffered the fires of hell until they were no longer recognizable as human. The high-rise buildings were devoured by the fire one after the next. People scrambled to leap from their windows through the few who made it that far, though few made it that far. Screams mixed with the howls of scorching winds, like the roar of the sea. The manifestation of this curse listened with a faint smile, but before long she cast down her eyes and shook her head slightly. Did this disaster wrench her heart too? It's not enough. This calamity is hardly enough. This is hardly enough to erase my brother's lament. It's not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough. I must gather more and more soot. I must gather more soot and bring about far grander calamity. I must deliver unto my brother a scourge more befitting of our sorrow. Even after the sun had set and the flames of the divine curse blazed fiercely as ever, the likes of the children of men were powerless to put it out. All they could do was wait for the wrath of the divine to subside, just like in the days of yore. The two looked down upon the scene from a rift in the clouds. They had no bodies, but they could feel each other's warmth, signaling that they were together. Since they had no bodies, they had no mouths, and therefore they could not speak. However, they could exchange feelings. Both of them were happy about being reunited after 1,000 years, of course. But the heartbreak they felt at the scene before them far outweighed that. She had fought for 1,000 years to keep this hell from breaking loose. And yet, this conclusion spat in the face of her struggle. Unable to bask in their joy, the pair could do nothing but silently behold the hell unfolding before them. He was bitter. Suzumu's heart gradually filled with the frustration. He hated himself for being too weak to prevent this conclusion that had saddened her so. "Don't worry about it," she whispered. "We'll finally meet again after 1,000 years. That's good enough for me." But Suzumu couldn't accept it. No, he didn't want to accept it. He absolutely didn't want to acknowledge this is the end of her salvation. But their time was up. Their emotions gradually melted into the warm slumber. Farewell, Mutsu, Susuhara. May we meet again in another life. Where? I I can't. There's no way I can accept this. Oh, they're pulling a Higurashi. There's no way everybody's dying. This guy's so fucking chuny. What the fuck? Mutsu punched a rock showered by the waterfall. His face was damp with tears and splashes from the water. After his exile, Mutsu tried again and again to save Suzunome, but the villagers standing guard discovered him and wounded him so badly he only barely escaped with his life. And after 3 days the curse was sealed into Suzunome's body, and with that, merely saving her was pointless. He had to find a way to break the curse sealed within her. Afterwards, he had taken the guise of a traveling monk and traversed the land looking into spells and hidden arts. But as what he sought to break was a black art, he was unable to acquire any information at all. The more he investigated, the deeper his despair grew. And one day on his travel, he had learned that Suzunome had already passed away. Curse this fist, curse this forsaken fist. If only I had the resolve powerful enough to render my arm. No, my whole body asunder. And perhaps I could have brought about a miracle of breaking that bell. Why was the only chance I had? Why couldn't I bring forth a miracle? Mutsu had lunged with his fist into the moment Suzunome had... Mutsu had lunged with his fist in the moment Suzunome was being sealed into the bell. Back then, he'd merely punched all as his emotions had driven him, but the more time passed, the more Mutsu became bitterly aware that he'd lost his only chance. A human fist couldn't possibly break through the temple's bell. However, he had managed to bring about a miracle. He could have saved her. Mutsu wept as he punched the cliff from behind the waterfall over and over again. I want a miracle, even if it means sacrificing my own body. Please grant me a miracle to save her. And just then Mutsu heard the voice from the heavens. Your lament has reached my ears. I am Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto. It was a young man in a composed female voice. Just male. Female. Whatever. I've been reading a long time. Mutsu looked to the heavens, ignoring the waterfall pouring on him, and prostrated himself. What is your desire? Beseech you, bestow unto me a miracle that could break that bell. Certainly, a child of man has no hope breaking through a temple bell. Then lend me your ears, child of man, Mutsu. From this day onward, temper that fist so it may be stronger and more sublime than any other, and dedicated unto me.
我に報じ続けよ。
Train every day. Pass your teachings down to your children. Have them dedicate their training to me.
千年を重ねしとき。
Once 1,000 years have passed,
千年後の末裔はその拳に奇跡を宿すであろう。
your descendant of that era will have a miracle you seek, endowed in that fist. 1,000 years. A child of man could do nothing against the god's curse. That was why they had no choice but to rely on such black arts. But even so,
1000年でたったの1000年で
1,000 years, only 1,000 years.
ありがたやありがたき幸せ
Thank you. You filled my soul with joy.
1000年の精進
Hi, Cody.
この水必ずや捧げてみせまする
I, Mutsu, swear to devote myself to you for the next 1,000
そ
years.
して必ず我が血を引きし者の拳にて神の怒りのすすを払ってみせまする
And I swear the soot of divine wrath will be swept away one by one who inherits my blood. Yeah. But they all died. They're literally all boiling in hellfire right now. You failed. You failed them. The founding of the Susuhara divine tribute style dates back a millennium. It was said that the founder was a traveling monk and a mountain priest. As he was training under the waterfall, he received a divine revelation to dedicate his tempered fist to God. That fist is not for fighting. It is to be dedicated to God. It preaches respecting the laws of honor, revering God and the one's ancestors, and other spiritual practices. That fist and that mentality was passed on through generations. And thus, 6 or so centuries had passed. Mutsu and Suzunome's names were forgotten, as was the name of the gods whose fists they were dedicated to. But Mutsu's descendants continued devoting themselves into honing their minds and their fists. And so another 4 centuries passed, bringing us to the present. The Suzuhara divine tribute style had been passed down to this day. Its current instructor was Gintaro Suzuhara. He is the 60th instructor since its founding. His son Suzumu had been undergoing intense training since he was a boy, intending to become the 61st instructor. If all this is true, that would make this the oldest style of martial arts in Japanese history. The Suzuhara divine tribute style and its 1,000-year history have been entrusted to the young Suzumu and will likely keep surviving far into the future. Furthermore, every New Year's, you can see it being practiced publicly on the temple bell close to the dojo. This New Year's, Suzumu has sworn to become the art's 1,000-year successor and punch the bell for the first time. From a local community magazine. What happened to all the hellfire and shit? Was that enough? The fuck? I punched the tree trunk with all of my might. What happened to all the? What happened to the demon and the fire and all the dragons and the bones snapping and the deer lady and her melting into him and going to become omniscient beings in the sky? Like, what happened to that? Why am I punching a tree? Is this still a flashback? Okay. But this wouldn't be enough. I'd never attain it like this. Attain what? I didn't know. But I knew I had to attain it. The fist had been honed over 1,000 years. If I bore the thoughts and feelings imbued into it from back then I couldn't be satisfied with how weak it was now. This fist had been passed down to me from its founder over a millennium. The Suzuhara divine tribute style had been tempered over that time with each generation, and I was its 1,000-year successor. So I had to attain the peak that such a weighty history represented. Beanie, why are you like this? Haja Kensho, crush evil and demonstrate a righteous path. I recited those words and readied myself before I punched. But I still didn't understand. Was I punching to crush evil? Or to demonstrate the righteous path? I couldn't even tell that much. Suzumu, would you like some tea? What am I doing back here? Why is she here? I'm so confused. Yeah, I guess so. It seems to backtrack though. I don't think it does timelines. I think it's like hallucination. Because like the nightmare shit, they were the hauntings or whatever they called it. Thank you, I'd love some. Actually, this sounds really familiar. This might be an extended scene from earlier in the game. From before he decided to date his cousin or whatever happened. I read this. 1,000 years of history? That's amazing. It's really unbelievable. So you punched a bell on New Year's? Like ding dong? Bing bong. Well, it's more like wham. It really hurt. But why do you do that? We were told the founder trained by punching a temple bell. And then at the end of his life, he finally managed to break it. Ever since then, it's been said that the Suzuhara divine tribute style, that once you break the temple bell, you pass into the realm of the gods. I heard the whole reason they started punching the temple bell each year was in order to achieve that. Well, if the temple people found out, they probably wouldn't let you do it ever again, huh? You're probably right. I do feel bad for the people there, but... Huh? Bro's got a double chin. Bro's double chinned up. I swear. I will break it. Ooh. Ooh. This is it. Chapter end, folks. That was confusing. Convoluted. And it's doing that thing again where it doesn't actually show the video. Oh well, I'll do another display capture. Curse you! I'm the boss. I own this game. Why won't you let me show this credit screen? I paid good money for this shit. Wait, where is it? I lost it again. Daha! So we reached another end of a chapter. That one was really convoluted and heavy and like backstory. He wasn't at peace because he swore. Yeah. It was really satisfying to see Sho fucking finally die. I hate that guy. I hate that he had to make me read about toe sucking. That was like absolutely the worst part of this whole fucking game. But other story, I guess it's not really a game. But otherwise, it's pretty cool. A little convoluted. The order of this story can be told a little better. They need to make it more clear when it's like, oh, and we gone fast to the past, you know, and all that shit. But I mean, I guess another do-over wouldn't hurt. Do-over number 5. Chapter 5 complete. Yippee! And I think this is a good place to stop. 500 million minutes. What is it? Oh, I got a new Hime. Nakagami Hime. Unlocked. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. So far, we have not found out what Hime the teacher represents, which is pretty cool. And we've only gotten, you know, like fractures, I feel, of Toei's experience, especially since her father is like the first one to be like, we must give her a pure specimen so the shit doesn't multiply and all that. So I'd like to see how that unfolds. There's probably a lot more to Toei, considering they just added like 4 hours of lore to Toei only specifically. It's cool to know that it's like a multi-generational thing. It makes this whole like unspoken weird connection that they all have to each other make a lot more fucking sense finally. I just really wish they would define better the parallel universes, you know? That's where the chapters reset and stuff like Higurashi, so like I don't know why it's like after they wake up and then they process it a little bit and then they'll backtrack you like 4 hours and scenes prior to where this one started, and they're like, oh, now you're back in your auntie's backyard punching a tree. Ha ha ha, here we go. Well, you know, that's not so bad. I enjoyed it so far. I've played some pretty schlocky VNs and I made it to the end, so hey, at least this one has some sort of semblance of a story. You know? Chum Slaughter, I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, part 5, baby. I am determined to finish this and move on to another one. I'm thinking, Umineko? Umineko, probably. Yeah, 100-hour game. Let's go. Eventually, I do want to do stuff like Higurashi. There's a few games that got official translations as well, since I originally played them back like 10 years ago. So stuff like Corpse Party now has an official translation that came out just a little bit after this one. And then, well, there was a few of them. There was one that was like free recently too, yeah? The one with all the crippled girls? Oh, I forget the name of that game. You know the one, the visual novel with all the crippled girls. Fuck, I used to love that game too, as if I forget the title of it. Oh well, too many games, so little time. It's in there somewhere. But yeah, I had fun. Yeah, fan translations, I'd like to see how they differ from fan translations, you know? Because fan dubs are cool and all, but like... we don't know the accuracy, ultimately. They didn't have, like, tools back then. I'm gonna head out too, Galahad, so I'm gonna say my goodbyes. You're a real one. Thanks for sticking around the whole time. It's honest, you too. You've been around here the whole time too, and I think that's pretty good. John, you've been here the whole time too. Holy shit. Chum Slider. Don't you guys have a job? It's the middle of the day. Thanks for joining me in the last little bit there, big man. Wah wah, Cody Cat, you're all fucking real as hell. Yeah. I like Storytime. It's very cozy. I'm gonna go get some hot coffee. Umineko would be cool, and I've never played it. Never. I hope you have a good day, the rest of your day. And yeah, I'll see you on the Discord. I'll go back to lurking in the dark in the little foul corners of the internet. Maybe watch some TV shows later, I don't know. Okay.